Sinceramente no puedo creer que voy a hacer un sleep stream, honestamente. Eso es algo... Eso es simplemente muy estúpido, pero no importa, porque no tengo nada más que hacer. No tengo literalmente nada más que hacer. Sinceramente no puedo creer que voy a hacer un sleep stream. Ok, bueno gente, bienvenidos a un stream. Honestamente, estoy aburrido y me van a ver dormir. Sara, ok, Sara. Andrés. Ok, esas son las cosas. Yo duermo con un video en el fondo, ¿ok? Entonces simplemente voy a apagar la luz y voy a estar ahí dormido, ¿ok? Eso es todo. Este es... Honestamente, yo no pensé que iba a hacer un sleep stream, honestamente. Yo no pensé que iba a hacer un sleep stream. Pero no importa, porque... La luz y voy a estar ahí dormido. Pero estoy... Ay, de verdad voy a hacer esto. De verdad voy a... Hey, hi Sarah's mom. How you doing? A ver, aquí voy a poner el chat. Entonces, las reglas son... Honestamente no hay reglas, simplemente voy a estar ahí dormido y ahí van a escuchar sonidos de mi tele porque yo duermo con sonidos del tele. Así que me voy a dormir. Me voy a dormir. No sé a qué hora voy a poner la alarma, honestamente. Good night, Andres. Thanks, Sara. Thanks for wishing me a very nice, a very... Man, en serio voy a hacer esto. No sé, no sé. Bueno, Mateo pone psico A. Bueno, Mateo. Ok, entonces, alarma para las 10 de la mañana. Ve, alarma para las 10 de la mañana. Y si no me levanto a las 10, entonces me levanto a las 10:15. Y si no me levanto a las 10:15, 10:20. Y si no me levanto a las 10:20, entonces será a las 10:30. Me voy a dormir. Chao.
PS3 will have a built-in PS3 has PS3 will be PS3 gigabit Ethernet CD Blu-ray computer application. Very powerful already cell processor, massive computing applications.
The development itself is for uses beyond games. Its supercomputer attributes.
Truly is the system to be placed in the center of the living room in home with PlayStation 3. Thank you.
See what I mean? From the moment that Ken said,
So, PS3
it took over 20 minutes for any sort of actual visual showing off what the games could even look like.
This is Luna, and notice all of the subtleties, the specular shine on her lips, the soft shadows under her nose and above her lips.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it.
So I don't think you can ever have enough ducks.
Over an hour to see actual games in development, most of which were CGI or highly scripted. They didn't even show the console till the very end for dramatic effect, which, if I'm being honest, was not that dramatic.
this is PlayStation 3.
At least Kenny held it up, though. The majority of the conference was basically a 12 kiloton teraflop processor, 8K ray tracing jiggle physics, over 60 million ports. Or to quote this one article, enough ports for a particularly large fishing village. HDMI input, Blu-ray player, a sleek sunsetter retractable awning design, and it can go backwards. Now, let's see what this bad boy can do.
Seeing the Alfred Molina character in real time. And
Yeah, but does it have Kingdom Hearts?
The Cell project has been the most important project
Come
of my
on.
career.
Awkwardness aside, the technical talk was admittedly impressive and really sold us on the power of the PlayStation 3. For the time, these graphics did look great.
Graphics. That's really what this is all about.
And if you were into the actual design and hardware specifications, then this conference was a slam dunk. But for the average consumer, there comes a point where the more you stress the technical specifications of a product, the more it becomes white noise as they come to one simple conclusion. it powerful. HD Doc Ock in 40 quadrillion pixels per second is great, but what really matters to the customer is that the games are good. At that same E3, Sony gave us an up-close and personal look at the new PlayStation. Alright, looks pretty fancy, nice design.
Good lord, what is happening in there?
Yeah, this was the actual design they went with for the controller. According to the controller's designer, he was tasked to make a controller that was, quote, avant-garde and would get people talking. Nailed that one, Chief. The controller was quickly knighted the Boomerang controller. Granted, it was only a prototype and not the final product, but seriously, just look at it. JPEGs of Batman also made their rounds on gaming forums, the first of many PlayStation 3 memes to come. Everyone had their sensible chuckles at Sony's truly awful controller, and we all waited with bated breath to see what was next for the PlayStation 3. But not for long. In an interview shortly after E3, Ken Kutaragi said, "The PlayStation 3 is not a game machine. With the PS3, our intentions have been to create a machine with supercomputer calculation. The PS3 has been created as a computer for entertainment. Entertainment refers to a lot of things, and not just games." A year later, he doubled down. The PS3 will be the place where our users play games, watch films, browse the web, and use other computer functions. PlayStation 3 is a computer. We do not need the PC. Even PlayStation's own magazine had some questions about that one. The PlayStation 3 was surely going to be as powerful as a computer, yes.
Notice that light is penetrating her skin.
Except that most people already had a home computer. Most people already had a DVD player. If you were going to specifically buy a PlayStation 3, it's probably because you wanted to play the PlayStation 3's games. But oh well, PlayStation fans scratched their heads for a second at this bizarre statement, chalked these features up as icing on the cake for buying a brand new PS3, and held out for more information. All with sunshine and 1080p rainbows in the homes of PlayStation fans.
Con la nueva EcoTank Pro, propúlsate al siguiente nivel de rendimiento. Produce más y mejor. Toda esta productividad en un diseño compacto y procesa trabajos con un desempeño sostenido. Conviértete en Pro y crea hasta lograrlo con EcoTank Pro.
Invincible Season 4 has finished airing, and we've finally seen the conclusion of the Viltrumite War arc. That means we can finally cover the real meat and potatoes of this season, including the Viltrumite ambush, the Battle of Telescria, and the Battle of Viltrum. Just like last time, this breakdown will have spoilers for the show, but we'll have no comic spoilers for things that haven't been adapted yet. You don't have to worry about wanting to know how accurate a fight is from Season 4, just to be jump scared with how the comic book ends. On top of this, after this video is released, I'll be releasing a remastered full Season 3 breakdown. With that, make sure to leave a like, and if you enjoy my videos, don't forget to Episode 5 adapts issues 71 and 72, and is a pretty big turning point for the season, as we enter some of the most brutal fights to date, kicking off the Viltrumite War arc. We start the episode with Alan and Eve chilling on the roof, talking about Alan's alien cat that has two assholes, while Mark and Nolan talk in the sky above them. Nolan has explained the Viltrumite's true purpose for coming to Earth, that being interbreeding to bring their species back from near extinction. A lot of conversation is had between the two as Mark voices all of the grievances he's been holding in, believing his father dead since the fight on Thraxa, all the way back in Season 2. He's still angry about the lies, what happened on Earth, Thraxa, all of it. Nolan says he's trying to make up for all he's done, and that he needs Mark's help to defeat the Viltrum Empire and save Earth. Realizing that the Viltrumites would show up to Earth eventually anyways, and would definitely kill everyone Mark cares about, he decides to join the fight, planning on leaving the next day. In the comic, there isn't any conversation between the two about joining the war. As I explained in the first part of the season, Nolan and Alan's arrival doesn't happen in the main line of the comic series. Instead, they appear partway through the catch-up comic Invincible Returns, which is meant to prepare new readers for the next arc, by giving them all the info they need up to issue 70, while also including some new stuff, some of which was adapted in episodes 3 and 4 of this season, like the Titan vs. Liu fight. In the Returns comic, Mark and Eve are discussing his return to his old colors, and his decision not to kill anymore. Just before Eve can tell Mark she's pregnant, Nolan and Alan interrupt them. And instead of seeing the conversation, we move to Mark taking Eve out on a date, and that's when the beginning of the catch-up conversation starts. Mark going through the entire story a reader would need to understand where we're at. Invincible Return sets up for issue 71, but again, we don't waste time on exposition, instead starting off with the third Flaxen invasion, and the show being the fourth, adapted in season 4, episode 3, that left Robot and Monster World trapped in the Flaxen dimension. After that, however, we just see Nolan and Alan heading out to find Tech Jacket. So the show, which let's be frank, needs to pad for time as much as possible, fleshes out this alluded to conversation between father and son. Next, Nolan requests to see Debbie, something Mark says is a bad idea, believing the apology is more for Nolan than his mother, and wanting to feel better for what he's done, despite the fact it took Debbie a long time to recover from Nolan's betrayal. Hearing through live feed, the man she loved and built a life with call her nothing more than a pet. We cut to night with Nolan at the door, unable to go through with ringing the doorbell. He gets ready to leave, but Debbie opens the door before silently walking away. Nolan then comes in and begins his apology, which starts by acknowledging his desire to see her was selfish. It's a really difficult scene, guys. Basically, Nolan apologizes for what he did to her and Mark, and says that he was terrified after Mark got his powers, and what seemed so easy when he first arrived on Earth was now impossible to accomplish, having become more human because of Debbie, and the short 20 years of his life he's been with her. After Nolan apologizes for everything from killing the Guardians to the emotional harm he did to their family, he says he's going to spend the rest of his life trying to repair the damage he did. Now this is when we start Debbie's brutal response, telling Nolan there's no coming back from what he's done, that his actions caused unending misery to the families he's hurt, including theirs, and that his half-assed apology isn't going to change that, especially while he's coming to take her son to a war he could never return from. When she asks what he really wanted from this apology, Nolan says he wanted to see her again, and is immediately told to fuck himself. Debbie pointing out how 2 months after he left the planet, he had a child, Oliver, with Andressa. And while she does love him, Oliver was another responsibility dumped at her feet due to Nolan's actions. Nolan then attempts the classic "it didn't mean anything" move, saying Andressa was a mistake and that he loves Debbie. This is definitely not the play, my guy. Nolan was obviously just trying to say anything he'd think Debbie would want to hear. She's not having it though, and says Nolan telling her he didn't actually love Oliver's mother just makes her hate him more. This continues, as Nolan says he missed Debbie. Debbie then says she missed him too, but the man she loved is dead because of his actions, as she punches him in the chest until her knuckle bleeds. She continues brutalizing him with words, asking if she's still his pet, before telling him if her job was to make him human, she failed, because he's hardly even a bad photocopy, and to get the fuck out of her house, Nolan rushing out shortly after. So first, I gotta point out, this entire scene, not counting the minute-long setup, where everyone tells him it's a bad idea, is 6 minutes long. That's longer than any single filler talking scene from episode 4. The truth of the matter is, they definitely use this to pad for time, but it's insanely effective in demonstrating the pain and fury Debbie has for Nolan. While in the comics, his apology to her is a single page in issue 71, where Nolan asks the boys to leave, then tells Debbie he meant nothing he said the day he left Earth, and that he was slowly changing into the man who abandoned his mission to conquer the planet. Debbie says she'll never be able to believe what Nolan is saying, and he simply apologizes before leaving. The show has given us a lot more Debbie than the comics overall, making her way less of a background character, and fleshing out emotions and feelings the comic definitely didn't have time to touch on. Our next scene begins with the Walking Dread, who we've previously seen as a member of the global criminal organization named The Order, attacking an electrical substation. This attack is actually pulled from a single page in issue 90, involving a response from someone totally different. In the show, he's intercepted by Tech Jacket, who's revealed in this fight to be female, and probably the biggest gender swap in the show so far. Her name is Zoe Thompson, instead of Zach, and this scene is her introduction, showing us how she fights, how she quips, and how her cute little hair puffs flop out when she takes her helmet off. I explained in part 1 of this season's breakdown the original backstory of Zach in the comics, being granted a Blue Beetle-esque suit that permanently bonds to the wearer, and saving the Geldarians from a Viltrumite-backed Kresh invasion. Zoe was first seen in the show back in Season 3, Episode 7, having fought in the Invincible War, taking out Mustache Mark in orbit, but back then we only saw her for a grand total of 11 seconds, and it wasn't clear that she was a woman. We We also have no idea how old she is, but we're led to believe she's in her mid-teens. Probably 15 if I had to guess. This will definitely have downstream effects that'll change some scenes in the comics, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. After stopping the Walking Dread, Zoe is called up to the space station by her dad, because Alan's arrived and would like a word. We cut to the post-explanation, and they're completely on board with the idea of Zoe joining the fight against the Viltrumite Empire, her father giving her a hug, and Alan joining in because he's Alan. In the comic, both Alan and Nolan head to the space station, where they find Zack and his father talking about the best way to eat a Dorito. We don't actually get a scene where they ask Tech Jacket to join the fight, and instead cut to the household conversation that leads to Nolan's attempted apology. And while all that happens, Tech Jacket is waiting outside with Alan. Next, we move to Mark finding Debbie after seeing Nolan, drinking wine in the dark. She says Nolan stole her life and sanity, and now he's going to steal Mark away from her too. Oliver walks in and is briefed off screen on everything that's occurred, and he's pissed that Nolan left before even seeing him, his own son, and says he wants to go with Mark to fight. Mark tries to pull the "but you need to stay and protect the Earth" card, which doesn't work, since Oliver knows if they lose the war, then the Viltrumites would come and destroy Earth. He says he wasn't able to save his birth mother, and that now he has a chance to save his new mom. Debbie requests one last thing before the boys leave, a family dinner with Paul and Eve. It's a very emotional scene, made the gal I was watching it with cry, extremely effective, and completely show only. In the comic, we simply cut to the Grayson household. Mark's already informed Oliver about the war, to which he tries to argue he should be allowed to join. Instead of Mark saying Oliver needs to protect Earth, he instead says their mother and Eve need protection in case Angstrom Levy returns, which Oliver understands. He does complain that their father didn't come see him, with Mark explaining Nolan isn't ready to see Debbie again. And just as she catches them mid-conversation, still not informed on what's happening, Nolan arrives, having changed his mind about seeing her, and we get the apology page. Another difference in the comic is that Nolan actually does see Oliver, and not only that, he specifically asks to be left to have a one-on-one conversation with him. Nolan tells Oliver he's grown so much, and that he wants to know everything about his experiences on Earth, even telling Oliver he's changed his mind about wanting him to stay, saying they can catch up and train during the trip. Next, we get a show-only scene of Nolan going to see Art, who's jump-scared at the mere sight of him. They have beers on the roof, mirroring a scene from the first season, as they talk about why Nolan avoided seeing Oliver and asking about Paul, Debbie's boyfriend. Art is chatty enough, but calls it pretty quickly, saying he's got a lot of work to do in the morning. Nolan tries to apologize to him for everything, saying he's doing everything he can to make up for it, but Art doesn't really accept it. And when Nolan suggests he can repair the outfit Art says is ugly any way he likes if he survives the war, Art says he's closed Nolan's account because he only dresses heroes. It's very clear that Art doesn't look at Nolan the same way, and this is Nolan's first time realizing it. Even when he says it was good to see you, Art just answers with a yeah. After Nolan flies off, Art nearly collapses, letting out all the fear he was holding in. I touched on it briefly in the first part of the season, but the show is making it much more clear that Arthur Rosenbaum is not on board with Nolan the same way he is in the comics. There is no conversation like this, and we don't actually see Art again until issue 89, but he did have a conversation with Mark in Returns, where he says he still thinks Nolan's a good man, and that his actions in killing the Guardians and fighting Mark were contrary to the person he really is. That conversation was changed in episode 4 of the season to instead use Nolan as a foil to Mark. Art explaining that Mark is better than Nolan for even caring about almost killing someone. Next, we cut to Eve and Mark in bed, one last night together before Mark has to leave for the war. They talk about how they met and how everything has changed so dramatically since then, and Mark asks what Eve wanted to tell him before Alan and Nolan interrupted them on the roof. Eve says it's nothing and that they should focus on being together for one last night. The scene ends with Eve telling Mark not to die, and Mark promising he won't. In the comic, the scene is mostly Mark apologizing for having ever dragged Eve into the life she currently lives. She's almost died multiple times because of him, and now he's leaving her to join a fight he might not make it back from. Eve doesn't want to hear Mark talk about how he could die, and instead asks him to hold her until he has to go. We then get a show-only scene of Debbie and Paul seeing the boys off in the backyard, Debbie demanding the two be careful, and sending Oliver off with homework, as well as him bringing video games and such. Oliver gives Paul a hug, Mark gives him a handshake, kisses Eve goodbye, and they're ready to leave. With a callback to the first season of the show, Oliver asking Mark how exactly they're supposed to breathe in space. Mark saying the same thing Nolan said to him when he went to fight Alan for the first time. That's the neat thing. Now again, the show is going to be taking its pretty little time fleshing out sections of the comic, and the journey aboard the Venture is one of those sections. As I explained previously, the Venture and its crew are a spoof of Star Trek, and Talia taking over as captain is not in the comics. This is the third time we'll see the Venture and the last time we'll see it. Mark and Oliver are spotted approaching the ship, and after making it
Tu dosis diaria de confianza es Emma.
After making it to the cargo hold, Nolan is pissed to see Oliver was brought along, telling him he needs to go back. This is when Oliver yells that Nolan didn't even come to see him before storming off. Nolan asks Mark why he brought Oliver along, to which Mark says he's not a kid anymore. He really is though, not a great argument, and I hope this massive oversight and skill and power doesn't cause problems down the line. Nolan says he didn't just want to spare Oliver the war, but wanted to spare Oliver seeing his father, who's done so much to harm him in his short life. Mark says those are more selfish feelings like wanting to see Debbie again, and that Oliver used to look up to him, so he should try and put in at least some effort while he has a second chance. The scene then ends with Zoe arriving, and with the whole gang here, the ship is ready to leave. We also get another little scene of Cecil and Donald watching the ship leave, noting that for the first time in 20 years, the Earth is about to be Viltrumite free. Cecil not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Which isn't even true. Mark left for a couple weeks to go to Thraxa, back during season 2, so this has happened before. We then get to a very short conversation between Oliver and Zoe, set up in such a way that many people speculate that they're supposed to have some sort of future romantic interest in each other. Because guys, look, they're the same age, and the opposite sex. The evidence to support this theory is the other time they gender swapped a hero just to make her a romantic interest, and the evidence against it is that while Oliver appears 15-ish, he's actually like 2 years old, and will continue to age rapidly as time passes, outgrowing Zoe's acceptable age range long before she's an adult. We then get a montage of everyone doing stuff on the ship during the 2-week journey to Telescria. Oliver and Zoe play some video games. Mark mindlessly messes around on his phone. Alan and Talia are shown to just be making out in the common area, dear God, and we're shown Oliver is avoiding Nolan any chance he gets. At the start of the montage, it's mentioned that everyone can head to the medical bay for a communication implant. This is a very skimmed over concept in both the show and the comic, that being, everyone needs a device of some sort to communicate telepathically while in space. Otherwise, all space fights would have no dialogue. That would suck because there's going to be a good few of those, and this is the solution. In the show, it's always been an implant, Alan first mentioning it while fighting the Immortal, back in Season 2, Episode 6. He also mentions that the implant only works one way. He can hear other people's thoughts, they can hear his, but he can't connect to people who don't have the implant. Though he says there would be an update later to do that. We don't know for sure if this update exists, but it's pretty clear this technology is standard, and everyone in every space fight is going to have one. In the comics, Alan himself has telepathy, which he explains in issue 5 gives him a headache whenever he uses it. It's also confirmed through the official Invincible handbook that it's telepathy and not a device of some sort. For everyone else, it's explained they're using an earpiece that lets them communicate telepathically, instead of it being an implant. And as long as everyone has one, they can all hear each other. If someone doesn't have one, they can project their thoughts into that person's mind while not being able to hear anything back. We get another show-only scene of Nolan trying to use the food maker thingy. It's spitting out nothing close to what he asked for. He remembers having spaghetti at a fancy restaurant with Debbie and leaves without eating. Man's big sad he fumbled the bag. We then cut to the deck, Alan asking if Mark's noticed Nolan sulking. Mid-discussion, Zoe enters, saying some of her suit's sensors tripped before the ship is struck by something, sending the engine into full meltdown. Talia orders the crew to eject the bridge from the rest of the ship before it blows up. Mark protests since Nolan and Oliver are still back there somewhere, but Talia says they have no choice, and they disconnect before the explosion. They search the rubble, and Mark finds Oliver, dazed but alive, and that's when Alan gets Mark's attention, as they all learn what blew it up. The Viltrumites have ambushed them on their way to Telescria. and among them, Conquest is back from the dead, telling Mark this is what happens when he doesn't finish what he started. Before we get into it, I want to note that in the catch-up comic Returns, Bragg actually directly mentions this ambush, while in the show, it's left in the air what his plans are for Conquest to make the episode's ending more suspenseful. Now the ambush in the comic is sorta similar, though Oliver is on the bridge with Mark and Tech Jacket, Nolan and Alan being the ones left in the ship before it explodes. Alan was absolutely scarfing down that Kazlock too, poor guy. We're also given a bit of useful information that explains something we see later. The captain explaining to Oliver that whenever possible, they chart their course along the path of planets with breathable atmospheres in case of an emergency. The Venture is also what picks up an object changing speeds to catch up to them. And after the explosion, the bridge ejecting is automatic, not something done on purpose, happening in case of irreparable damage to the ship and returning the crew back to base. Issue 71 then ends with the boys looking for Nolan and Alan before running into 3 Viltrumites, Conquest, Lucan, and some motherfucker named Randy. I shit you not, that's his actual name. In the show, he's been replaced with my favorite Viltrumite, Crad. I don't know why, guys, I just love his face. He looks like an angry can of Pringles. It's great. Crad is briefly in the comics, being seen in a full spread in issue 73. There's also a good amount more dialogue from Conquest before the fighting starts, noting the help Mark brought along with him, and how it won't be enough, ending his monologue by saying he plans to save Mark for last so he can watch the rest die. Oliver says they've killed Conquest once so they can do it again before directly charging into him. Now the last time he did that, it went horribly wrong. He's definitely stronger now, but make no mistake, he's nowhere near as strong as Conquest, and this is probably gonna get ugly. Mark tries to stop Oliver, but is intercepted by Lucan, who tells him to let Oliver learn his lesson. And during this, Alan is attacked by Crad, while Zoe tries to support him with laser fire. Oliver is slapped away immediately, Conquest saying he remembers him from their first encounter. Oliver actually gets a good number of hits on Conquest, able to get under him and begin taking shots at his ribcage and spine. But it's not very long before Conquest grabs him by the head and begins slowly crushing it, while Oliver frantically punches him in the chest. This scene directly mirrors the brutal death of Red Rush, back in the first episode of the show, and it's really brutal looking. But before Conquest can finish the job, Nolan flies in with a punch and takes over. Just like the death of Red Rush, this specific moment between Oliver and Conquest is a show-only addition, their fight beginning with Oliver's charge, him getting slapped the same way, and before it goes any further, Nolan steps in. Mark knees Lucan away and checks on Oliver, who says he's fine, but appears to have hemorrhaging in both eyes. He then sees Nolan fighting Conquest and flies in to help. We then cut to Alan grappling with Crad, who headbutts him and flings him away into Zoe, who frantically asks if Viltrumites have any weaknesses, to which Alan says just their egos. In the comic, Alan starts the fight on his ass after being blown up with the ship, and Tech Jacket begins sparring with Randy, who he at first makes no progress with, before switching to attacking with some power fist things that do the trick. We then move to Nolan trading blows with Conquest, and as they interlock, Conquest says it's been a long time since he's seen Nolan the traitor, excited he'll be the one to get to kill him. Mark flies in with a shoulder check, saying he killed Conquest, so how is he here? To which Conquest replies, let's be honest, it was mostly your girlfriend. Now this is show-only dialogue, and while I have a history of shitting on the show-only Eve versus Conquest fight, this is in fact true in both the show and the comic. Eve is the reason Conquest was taken down, hitting him with the fuck you beam as she was revived. Mark also grapples Conquest instead of shoulder checking him away, which leads to Nolan trying to warn him, though Mark reveals to his father that he's fought Conquest before. In the show, after the shoulder check, Conquest asks about Eve, saying he can't wait to taste her blood again, which causes Mark to charge in, getting Conquest with a couple nasty elbow blows. While this is happening, Oliver is looking on before being attacked by Lucan, and Zoe and Alan have their hands full with Crad. Zoe is basically useless in this fight, and despite what Zoe haters would have you believe, it's completely canon levels of ass-kicking she receives. At least for now. Crad gets her with a kick to the face that crushes her helmet enough to where she can't see, and Alan takes aggro to give her time to repair. In the comics, instead of a kick, Tech Jacket is hit by a back fist by Randy, who also calls him pathetic. Oliver is getting smacked down from all directions by Lucan, but eventually gets a kick in that gives him the confidence to do a head-on charge once more. Lucan prepares his Murder Oliver move, but doesn't get a chance to use it because Nolan jumps in to stop him. Oliver is not at all grateful, telling Nolan he didn't need his help stopping the spill Oliver's guts across the Cosmos finisher, and he flies off. Instead of the show-only conflict between these two, Lucan tells Nolan he's been waiting for a rematch. match, referencing their fight back on Thraxa, which happened in season 2 of the show, and in the comics began in issue 27. There's also 2 panels where Oliver and Nolan are teaming up on Lucan, Nolan noting how impressed he is with his son's fighting. We then cut to Alan beating on Crad, saying they're toast for only bringing 3 people to ambush the 5 of them, only to be shot by a laser as we're shown an approaching army of Viltrumite enslaved fighters. In the comic, this plays out practically the same, though much flashier than the show pulled off. Oliver is then hit in the gut by Lucan, and Nolan shoulder checks him away right after. He asks if Oliver needs to breathe, and when he says he does, Nolan tells him to fly down to a nearby planet. In the comic, instead of getting the wind knocked out of him by Lucan, he gets shot in the back by the support forces. Like I explained earlier, the comic tells us very briefly, the Venture has purposely charted its course around planets with breathable atmospheres, while in the show, we don't get that explanation, and one might think it's pulled out of nowhere. We cut back to Conquest and Mark asking him if he's gonna share all his deepest feelings again, which was another show-only edit, where Conquest whispered sweet nothings into Mark's ear about how lonely he is. Conquest says he told all of that to Mark in confidence before he spots Oliver rushing down to the nearby planet. He says they can't let his brother miss out on all the fun, shoulder checks Mark, and while he's stunned, Conquest heads straight for the out-of-breath Oliver. In the comic, the dialogue is slightly different, Conquest noting that the weakest member of the pack is straying and making a callback to saving Mark for last, punching him away to focus on Oliver. In one of the greatest shots in the entire show, Oliver finally breaks into the atmosphere, taking a much-needed breath, when all of a sudden, instantly, Conquest is right behind him, ready to run his fade, with the god slap of instant Oliver death. Mark is barely able to intercept before the blow falls, and it all happens so fast that Oliver literally has no idea what's going on. He didn't see Conquest or Mark, nothing. The adaptation of this fight does a really good job at making Oliver look as weak and outmatched as he's supposed to be, and in reality this fight was a 3-on-3, with Tech Jacket and Oliver combined not quite adding up to one extra person. And now we reach the moment you've all been waiting for. Mark has his hands around Conquest's throat, telling him he's never gonna breathe again. He tries to force him out back into space, but Conquest starts pummeling Mark with punches. After touching down on the ground, Mark sends him flying through the terrain, and then we cut away back to space. I'm gonna wait until the full scene plays out before comparing it to the comics, so we'll get there in a minute. Nolan, Alan, and Zoe are heavily overwhelmed, made worse by Nolan realizing Mark and Conquest are missing. He tells Alan and Zoe to get to safety, leaving to check the planet below. Left with few options, Zoe has an idea and rushes the Viltrumite cruiser. They make a maneuver over the top side of it and vanish, the Viltrumites telling their men to search everywhere until they're found. Meanwhile, on the planet below, Mark has finally gotten Conquest on his back, his grip around the man with only a purpose unrelenting. As he pushes Conquest into the ground, Mark's grabbed by the arms and flipped around. And now pinned, he's taking blow after blow, still refusing to let go. Mark gets back up and the two begin flying into terrain, neither giving up on their goal. Eventually, Conquest delivers a blow that appears to completely break Mark's back, but he's still no closer to letting go. As Conquest's face begins turning purple, the blood vessels in his eyes completely burst. He's got Mark on the ground again and attempts to shove his head further into it, only to have his finger bitten off, causing him to retreat the few inches he can. Meanwhile, Oliver is overhead, unable to even find where the two went, when Nolan arrives and the two head towards the distant sounds of destruction. Cutting back to Conquest, he looks down at the 4 fingers he has left, as Mark spits his thumb out. Mark tries to push him back to the ground, but Conquest plants his back foot down, prepares the classic Viltrumite blade of kill everything, and skewers Mark right through the stomach. Completely bruised and bloodied, Mark looks down at the Conquest-sized hole in his body, and pushes Conquest to the ground once more. Problem is, Conquest's hand is still inside of Mark, and as he pulls it out, he brings anything he can find with it. Mark screams in pain, pushing Conquest further into the ground, as the sound team does their best to disgust us. Mark's organs being pulled out sounding like someone plunging a clogged toilet. We even get a far shot of Conquest yanking that shit like he's trying to untangle a pair of headphones. This goes on for an entire agonizing minute, as the rate of Mark's 30 feet of intestines leaving his body begins to slow, him not even able to scream anymore. Finally, after the longest minute of Mark's life, Conquest's eyes roll back into his skull and his legs fall flat, having finally been defeated. Around this time, Nolan finally spots the two and rushes over as quickly as he can. And we see one last example of how outclassed Oliver is, taking a full 3 seconds to catch up to Nolan. They both find Mark barely alive, gasping for help, with his guts still clenched in Conquest's hand. Now this is probably the most brutal beating we've seen Mark take. Even with his growing strength, it took all he had to finally snuff out the mighty Conquest. But how accurate is this fight to the comics? Besides being much longer and much more fleshed out, the biggest difference between the show and the comic is dialogue. There being none at all after Mark says Conquest will never breathe again. The first thing to note is that the original panel of Oliver about to get God slapped is way less cool looking than how it was done in the show. Second, after tackling Conquest, Mark begins talking about how he knows Conquest exhaled when entering the atmosphere, probably ready to take in another breath. But now he's got him by the throat, and he doesn't plan to let go. Now I think this is a bit dumb. A lot of people on Twitter were asking a valid question. If Viltrumites can survive in space for so long without breathing, how did Mark choke Conquest to death? The comic explanation is a bit lazy, but since the show doesn't specify, my headcanon is that Mark pulled off a blood choke instead of an air choke. An air choke is the kind where you try to cut off someone's ability to breathe by constraining their airway, while a blood choke instead focuses on cutting off blood flow to the brain by constraining the blood vessels around the neck. I want to argue that's what he did, but evidence against my own argument includes the fact air chokes take around 30 seconds to a minute, while blood chokes take around 10 seconds. But these are super aliens, guys, so maybe it takes longer for blood flow to the brain to be cut. I don't know, tell me what you guys think in the comments. Another difference in the comic is that Conquest actually tries to fly the two back into space. Mark saying it's not going to help because he was able to get a breath, while Conquest wasn't, and the fight continues back on the ground. The spine-breaking impact is also present, and afterwards, Mark sputters out that he's not letting go. Not long after, Mark is impaled by Conquest, but musters the strength to say it's not enough, and Conquest's left arm is shown no longer inside of Mark's stomach. A few panels later, we're shown Conquest has inserted his robotic arm into the hole, and has begun pulling at Mark's entrails, while Mark is only able to cry out no as it happens. There's then a page-long spread of the destruction caused by the fight, then to Nolan and Oliver finding Mark on the ground, his guts still in Conquest's hand. This is where issue 72 ends, and with it, the Viltrumite ambush fight. The episode still has a little left though. First, Talia being told by Thetis that she made the right move in ejecting the bridge and fucking off as fast as possible. The Venture standing no chance against a Viltrumite cruiser. Thetis also believes the team left behind will be fine, as they're the strongest the Coalition has. He also announces that this attack means the war against the Viltrumites has officially begun. All of this sorta adapts the first page of issue 73, where Thetis angrily yells at Captain Piquel for basically losing the entire main force the Coalition had. But we can't blame Talia, guys, even when she did it on purpose. While in the comic, the bridge returning to base was automatic. We then get the post.
Carga el código en la app. Disfruta lo que quieras en Pedidos Ya. Tu mundo al instante.
Esto no es el final de una pelea. Es el principio de una.
At the post-credit scene, Lucan and Crad discussing how Alan and Zoe just vanished in the middle of space, and how Grand Regent Thrag won't be happy with that answer, so they have their crew keep on scanning. In reality, Zoe and Alan are actually hiding on the exterior of the ship, using her suit like a life support pod, avoiding the scans because obviously a ship isn't scanning itself when it's looking for stuff or would throw false positives all the time. Zoe says she saw it in a movie once, that movie being Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, when the Millennium Falcon pulled the same move on the side of a Star Destroyer. This is pulled from the second page of issue 73, where the Viltrumites are told there's no way Tech Jacket and Alan could have made it down to the planet fast enough to not be noticed, and that there aren't any signs of life on the planet, though there's interference being given off by it, so it's hard to tell. They assume Conquest took out Nolan, Oliver, and Mark, and probably died as well, not really caring because they didn't like him to begin with. The scene ends with Zoe and Alan discussing their options, deciding to wait it out, and hoping the cruiser isn't heading home, deciding to play some video games the Geldarian suit can make. End of episode. Now we've reached episode 6, which will adapt issues 73 and 74. We start with a speech from Thetis stating that Viltrum has never been weaker and that the Coalition has never been stronger, so the time for war is now. It's interspliced with a speech given by Thrag to his Viltrumite troops about how the Coalition will shatter before their vengeance. During this, we see a montage of the weaknesses that they've discovered, including the improved Scourge virus. We're shown cruisers taking off, ground troops being deployed, and eventually the beginning of space combat between the two sides. In the comic, we get no interspliced scene of Thrag rallying the Viltrumites while Thetis rallies the Coalition. Instead, we get a moment of him staring at the Scourge virus, then talking to the Data Twins about the Klaxis extract pulled from the Sinlac beetles, showing effectiveness against Viltrumite DNA. One of the twins explaining they're lacing Coalition forces' armaments with it. They also specify that the staging grounds for the war will be an outpost called Drydell, before asking Thetis to give the word to officially begin the war, which he solemnly gives. The most we get in terms of really seeing the war is a single-page spread in issue 73, where we see Krad fighting with Viltrumite troops against the Coalition army. We also get another scene showing Thrag talking to something on a table, that by this point is obscured, telling it he won't fail in stopping the Coalition. This is technically in the comic, but we'll talk about it more when it's brought up again. We then cut to Nolan and Oliver on the unnamed planet Mark is stranded on after his innards were turned into outwards last episode. Nolan's taken the time to not only bury Conquest, but to make him what appears to be a customary Viltrumite grave, made with 3 stones, casting a shadow similar to their people's symbol. Oliver shows up and argues it's bullshit that Nolan would take the time to honor someone like Conquest with something as sacred as a burial, especially after he almost killed both of his sons multiple times. Before Nolan's even able to get a word in, Oliver says Conquest did so much damage on Earth that they almost hate him as much as they hate Nolan. In the comic, this scene shows Nolan placing a singular stone on top of Conquest's grave, there being nothing about some symbolic pillar thingy. And Oliver gives a slight amount of pushback compared to the show, saying someone like Conquest deserves to rot in the sun for what he did. Nolan says Conquest was a great warrior before losing his way in later years, and that he deserves a certain level of respect, doing all he did in service of the Empire, which he believes in a way makes him a better man than Nolan, who defected. The two check on Mark, and while he looks like shit, Nolan's used his cape to hold his guts inside while he heals. Oliver asks why they can't just fly off to a planet with doctors and get some help, and Nolan explains they're deep in Viltrumite territory, and would likely be found, so their best bet is to wait for Mark to heal here, which will probably take months. Oliver says he didn't leave Earth and Debbie to be stuck on some random planet with Nolan, and that people are going to die without them. Like I've already explained, the mass amounts of drama coming from Oliver is show only, the comic having none of it. In fact, when explaining to Oliver they'll be stuck there for a few months, Nolan even argues it'll be a good thing for him to get to know Oliver better. We cut to Lucan and Krad's Viltrumite cruiser, General Krieg calling in to tell them to divert to Glacia Prime, where the Coalition is currently headed, hoping they can wrestle control of the planet from the Empire. Lucan says they still haven't located Conquest, Mark, Nolan, and Oliver, but Krieg tells them that their failures will be dealt with after the Coalition is handled. Now personally, this feels like a bit of a plot hole. They were right there above the planet Conquest and the Graysons flew down to. You'd assumed they check there, but they don't, and it's not ever explained. In the comic, they tell us that the planet is interfering with their scans for life to locate Alan and Tech Jacket, so it looks like no one's alive below either, and they assume that Conquest killed all of them and died himself. But in the show, they still think Conquest could be alive and don't know where he is. Then why didn't you check the planet he flew down to? So the dialogue in this scene about not knowing where he is contradicts the explanation we're given in the comics, meaning we have no explanation for it in the show. We then see Alan and Zoe have been listening into the Viltrumite conversation while playing video games. Alan's plan is to wait for them to get to Glacia Prime, and when the combat starts, they can try and rush the Coalition line before they're caught by the Viltrumites. Then they go back to playing games. In the comic, the closest thing this adapts is a conversation between Alan and Zack about finally growing a beard. He explains that his suit cleans his body and whatnot while he sleeps, but he wasn't aware that it actually shaved him as well, the life support pod mode preventing the Tech Jacket from doing its usual functions. From this point on, the timeline of what Alan and Zoe are up to is completely different from the comics. we cut to Nolan fighting some giant bug thing for food, eventually letting it eat him so he can burst out of its chest. Oliver says he's never eating something like that, and we cut to Nolan cooking some over a fire, while Oliver feeds Mark the juices from some sort of sack they got from the bug creature. Nolan offers Oliver some food, saying he's not eaten in weeks and could starve to death, to which Oliver storms off, saying he hopes he does. In the comic, we don't get any of this drama to pad for time, Nolan hunting down the bug for food, telling Oliver that's what they're gonna eat. Oliver says no, and then we cut to him stuffing his face, even asking for more when he's done. When we later see Oliver feeding Mark the juice, we're also told it's been almost a month on the planet. Nolan suspecting it'll take a few more months at most till Mark is healed. The next morning, Nolan forces Oliver to train, something he's quite reluctant about. And after a sparring session, one where not a single hit is landed, Oliver starts going off on Nolan, saying he heard him that night he went to see Debbie, and what he said about his mother Andressa being a mistake. Oliver yells, asking if he was a mistake as well, and continues by pointing out he even wears his father's symbol, but Nolan didn't even care to come see him. Nolan says he hasn't been a good father to Oliver, but that he's trying to improve as a person, something much harder than he originally expected. Oliver says he's too late and flies off. In the comic, we don't see any of this sparring between the two, and the closest this adapts are two conversations at different points. The first is right after feeding Mark. Oliver asks if Nolan thinks he really loves Debbie, to which Nolan says he does, and that it took him months in a Viltrumite prison to realize that. He goes on to explain that Viltrumites have affection for each other, but they don't care about each other the same way humans do, their long lifespans causing them to grow distant and solitary. Nolan says living on Earth changed him, and continues by explaining he realized he did care for Debbie, and together they raised Mark as a human, not a Viltrumite. After Mark got his powers, he had to stop being the husband and father he grew into and go back to being a Viltrumite, and that was the biggest mistake he made, one he'd not be able to come back from easily. We move to the Viltrumite cruiser, having finally reached Glacia Prime. Alan and Zoe rush the Coalition line, but are spotted by the Viltrumites, who give chase. This is also a ridiculous camera angle for them to spot them from, considering they're flying away, and that angle would be somewhere near the Coalition line. Unfortunately, Zoe is much slower than Alan, calling for his help, so he yeets her off into the distance and begins taking on the Viltrumites. Just as stuff is looking bad, and Crad readies the kill Alan move, Zoe's made it back with Space Racer, who uses the Infinity Ray to secure his first Viltrumite kill of the war. On my poor boy Crad. Rest in piss, my guy. Seeing he's outmatched, Lucan retreats, and after sharing a moment of camaraderie for coming back to save Alan, the three head down to the planet below to join in the rest of the fight. In the comics, this scene happens after the conversation about Tech Jacket growing facial hair in issue 73, but instead of having knowledge on the planet the cruiser is headed to, and planning to rush the Coalition line, Alan explains he has a tracker in his suit that allows him to be found and rescued. Space Racer showing up with Coalition forces not long after. Personally, I think the setup for this fight is a little dumb. So we're shown in the first fight last episode that Zoe and Alan are fast enough to outrun the Viltrumites to rush the cruiser and hide. But now, it's understandable that Alan is faster than Zoe and was just keeping pace with her before, since he had no idea what her plan was, but now she's too slow to outrun the same Viltrumites. On top of this, yeeting her was the stupidest idea as well. He could have very well just grabbed her and continued flying to safety. Next, we cut back to the Graysons, Nolan offering Oliver some weird-looking raw meat, which he reluctantly tries and immediately loves. This eating animation is pretty lame though, like there's barely any emotion conveyed. This is the adaptation of Oliver loving the bug Nolan caught that we talked about earlier, but we spread it like 20 minutes in, cause again, we need to pad stuff out to make hour-long episodes. This dragging on continues after Nolan offers his portion to Oliver, trying to bring up Andressa in the context of how picky of an eater Oliver has always been, but is told by Oliver not to talk about his mother, ending the conversation. In the morning, Nolan says Mark isn't healing properly, and that they need to find something with more protein in it that he doesn't have to chew. We then cut to a cave, where Nolan's located the eggs of the bug creature that he's been hunting. While trying to secure the eggs, the mother attacks Nolan, and Oliver steps in to help. The two knock it over with a bloody uppercut, but Oliver stops Nolan from finishing it off, saying it's just the mother protecting her eggs, and that she can't lay more if they kill her. Nolan relents, and the bug scurries off. In the comics, there's no moment like this about the bugs they hunt. In fact, instead of trying to protect them, Oliver loves the taste of them so much that he's giddy upon finding another nest of them while flying and talking to Nolan. It's even directly stated that he was no longer eating when necessary. Viltrumites being able to go without food for quite a while, and might have even actually started gaining weight. Next, we cut to Telescria, where Alan runs into Talia on his way to the Coalition headquarters. They have a heartfelt reunion that Zoe gets in on, and make their way to Thetis. On the way, they pass the Data Twins. Twin 2 is again surprised to see Alan survived, but before anything comes of that, they hear a loud growl in the back, and a generational Alan PFP is born. The Coalition has found Battle Beast, who Talia says was floating quite far from where they broke out of prison back in Season 3. In the comic, there's an actual scene where Battle Beast is found in space by Coalition forces, having torn the Viltrumite he was fighting to pieces. Still frozen, the only thing Battle Beast is able to mutter is "more." And it should be noted that this occurred before Thetis officially declares war, starting with the outpost of Drydell. Thetis and Talia brief them on the progression of the war, where things haven't been going good. But even with the Graysons still missing, Alan believes that with him, Zoe, and Battle Beast, they'll be able to turn the tides. We then get a scene of Oliver and Nolan feeding Mark, who's looking a lot better. Oliver asks Nolan if he didn't care about his mother, then why did he have him? And Nolan says he didn't mean that and was only trying to think of something to say to Debbie because he was desperate. He explains that Andressa and the Thraxans taught him forgiveness. Since their lives were so short, they didn't have time to dwell on the past. He also knows going to Thraxa was a mistake because it caused the deaths of many, but he doesn't regret being with Andressa or having Oliver. After hearing this, Oliver is finally open to talk about his mother. In the comic, this most likely replaces a conversation where Nolan asks Oliver about how he's liking Earth. Oliver says he likes it and notes how different it is from Thraxa, specifically how everyone cares for each other a lot more. He says Nolan's affection towards his mother seemed odd to them, and that sometimes he thinks about how she's dead by now and gets sad. Nolan also explains to Oliver that the older he gets, the more of a Viltrumite he'll become, and the less he'll age, so his people's accelerated lifespan won't be a problem for him. Now after this scene in the show, we get a montage of the war taking place, alongside Nolan and Oliver training and whatnot. There's not necessarily anything important going on here that we need to go over, though we do see Battle Beasts fighting a Viltrumite, and by the end of it, Oliver's landed a punch on Nolan. In the comic, we obviously don't have any music to carry us, so the montage has a lot of speech bubbles, and is 2 pages long. For the Graysons half, we see them eating some bug, laughing about a story from Oliver about how Mark and Eve bang all the time when he's home, Mark's healing going well, Nolan explaining it'll get faster once his body's done healing his spinal bones. Then there's a panel of Nolan getting punched by Oliver, and one last panel where Nolan is having Oliver do strength training. Alongside this, we're shown Alan in Tech Jacket helping with the war, as well as trying to wrangle more Ragnar, receiving 3 updates in Thetis' office. One of the panels tells us about the Viltrumite's weakness progress. Ragnar believed to be able to survive in space, so they're devising a tether system to try and deploy them in space combat. Alongside this, a beacon left on an ocean planet has detected a creature called a Flan, which is said to have teeth sharp enough to injure Viltrumites, so they're sending someone to go collect those, which we never see. Lastly, there's no luck on space sharks, which we never see in the comic, but have seen in the show, both in a hologram and a flashback of Space Racer killing a ton of them. The next panel tells us Battle Beast has joined the fight, as well as some updates on planetary conflicts. One is a Kresh uprising on Geldaria being quelled, and another is the loss of a planet called Ula, with the new staging grounds being Glacia Prime, which in the show is the planet Alan and Zoe made it to. The last panel explains that while the Coalition forces are strong enough to beat the occupied forces of the Viltrumite Empire, they don't have enough heavy hitters to handle Viltrumites joining in on the fights. In the show, it's a 2.5-minute sequence showing us a lot of stuff. Battle Beast getting ready to fight this guy, Space Racer blowing up Viltrumite cruisers, a bunch of little guys fighting each other, Mark's wounds finally closing up, the boys catching a giant fish. What we're supposed to garner by this point is that everything is going good on both fronts, which is different to the comics, telling us the war effort is not going very smoothly. By the end of the montage, Mark has muttered, "I'll kill you," his first word since going unconscious. Nolan says it'll be any day now for him to wake up, and Oliver says he's actually going to miss spending quality time with Nolan, but in much fewer words. The drama padding of their relationship ending over the course of the montage, and finally syncing up to the vibe we get in the comic. Meanwhile, Thrag is informed by General Krieg that the Coalition forces are growing. Planets previously controlled by the Empire actually switching sides after being liberated. Thrag implies their next target will be to attack the Coalition homeworld, Telescria, and after sending Krieg out, he starts speaking to the skull of Emperor Argal, saying he's going to finally be avenged. This scene is pulled from issue 74, and the show uses the concept of Thrag talking to the skull a couple times more than the comic does, him monologuing to it twice so far, while in the comic he speaks to it a single time a little bit later. We cut back to Oliver and Nolan after a training session. Oliver explains to Nolan that he doesn't feel like Earth is really his home. He tells of the friends we saw him making in Season 3, saying he outgrew them because of his accelerated lifespan. He also explains that one time, Paul and Debbie took him to a restaurant that served lobster. He thought one of them was beautiful, and it made him horny, or as he calls it, fuzzy. But he still ate said lobster. Funny enough, this is pulled straight from the comic as well, but the show makes the scene much funnier. In issue 74, while heading back to camp, Oliver explains that while Earth kids his age are starting to have relationships, he believes their parameters for attractiveness are too narrow, and tells of Debbie taking him to a restaurant, him seeing the lobsters and thinking they were generally very beautiful, but that he also still ate one. Instead of being stun-locked in this conversation like in the show, Nolan says his neighbors on Telescria have a very lobster-like appearance, and that he'd be willing to introduce Oliver to them when they get back. They return to the camp to find Mark awake, looking over the grave of Conquest, and as Nolan and Oliver arrive, happy to see him, Mark explains he was worried the grave was for one of them. Nolan tells Mark he's been out for 2 months, and Oliver notes he grew a beard, Mark replying that Oliver did as well, it being just a little bit of stubble. Nolan tells Mark the grave is for Conquest, Mark originally believing that they killed him, until Oliver explains that it was actually him, Mark not even remembering what exactly happened. Nolan says that the war isn't over, and the three prepare to join back in the fight. In the comic, after Mark wakes up, he asks about Conquest, and is told he's the one who killed him. Then he explains he had no idea how he managed that, considering how strong he was the last time they fought, acting purely on instinct while still being afraid of dying. Nolan says Mark is stronger than he thinks, and that he was way more invested in the fight than Conquest, having rage and adrenaline on his side, while Conquest acted more as a spectator to his own fights. The bit about Mark growing facial hair is actually pulled from later, a scene between Tech Jacket and his father in issue 78. Obviously, this can't occur since Tech Jacket has been gender swapped, so it's been adapted through Mark and Oliver. Though it is kind of weird how Oliver acts like he's seeing Mark for the first time in forever, when he's been feeding him for 2 months straight. Mark's facial hair also got turbo nerfed. Shit looks like ass. They probably took inspiration from Tech Jacket's facial hair, which in the comics looks terrible. Another scene to quickly bring up that isn't being adapted is one where Alan finds Tech Jacket sleeping with some sort of blue alien species. He says he thought Zack had a girlfriend, the green Geldarian girl I mentioned briefly in part 1, Princess Lynn. But Zack says him and Lynn agreed to see other people, it being her idea, after they both discover in Tech Jacket Digital Issue 1 that their two species are sexually incompatible. There aren't any details of what exactly that means, and I like to joke that Lynn has a penis. This cutscene also happens as the two are being called back to Coalition HQ for what's about to happen. Cutting to the Coalition, Thetis discusses the war with the leaders of allied planets. He says that the outlook is good and that the Viltrumites are losing. At the same time, Data Twin 2 is shown to be lowering Telescria's defenses as they speak, and shortly after, the building is death-beamed by a Viltrumite cruiser who's easily entered orbit, heavily damaging the Coalition HQ. In the comic, Thetis' speech actually paints a bleaker picture, urging them to have faith in the Coalition's combined strength. There's also far more member planets shown during this part, as Thetis regretfully informs everyone that the linchpin of their strategy, Nolan and Mark, are missing and unavailable to assist, but says with the weaknesses they've developed, they're sure to rid the universe of Viltrumites. On top of this, there is no scene showing the lowering of defenses, but the end of issue 73 shows Thrag directly giving the orders to do so to Data Twin 2, revealing to the reader that he's the mole. Thetis' speech is interrupted not by laser fire destroying the building, but by Anissa crashing through the building. And there's a couple issues with how the show has chosen to do this. The first being Talia. As I explained in part 1, she's a very minor character in the comic, being Alan's stay-at-home girlfriend who just wants to bang him all the time. While in the show, she's been put in the role of General of the Coalition forces. And you're telling me she survived the lasering of this building? I'm more willing to believe they'd all have been more likely to survive a lone Viltrumite blasting through the walls than an actual laser beam shooting the building they're in. The Viltrumites are sent down to Telescria, their orders being to leave no one alive, and we get a few minutes of them just straight murking random aliens on the ground. Krieg yells out asking where the betrayer is, and Thetis responds by engaging him one-on-one. Talia is again just here, walking around outside, when the orders were to fuck up everyone they see. Somehow she's fine though. She calls in for air support just as Alan lands nearby fighting Lucan. Zoe is more so handling the ground troops before an unnamed Viltrumite targets her. Alan sees this and rushes in to help, uppercutting him into the sky. But just as Zoe is getting up, she's blindsided by another Viltrumite, this time Anissa, who flies her through multiple buildings. Anissa rips her armor off and prepares the hand of murdering Zoe, but is stopped by Invincible in the nick of time. The Graysons finally arriving to join the war. Now in the comic, Tech Jacket and Alan are not in the Coalition HQ when it's hit, and arrive as Thetis is being attacked by Krieg. Tech Jacket tries to fly Thetis out of danger while Alan takes over the fight, but is intercepted by Anissa. The show does Zoe way ruder this time around. Not only does she get immediately pinned by a nameless Viltrumite to start the fight off, but she's not even able to recover before getting Millie rocked once more. There's also a difference in the way Anissa attacks. Instead of ripping part of Tech Jacket's armor off, she instead squeezes him in hopes of watching his gore spill through his armor. The suit giving him a status report that the squishing threshold was almost met. Then instead of being saved by Mark, Tech Jacket is saved by Thetis. All while Alan is fighting Krieg, Lucan never making an appearance. There's also a second moment where Thetis and Tech Jacket are grabbed by Anissa while distracted by the Graysons' arrival. Nolan jumps in to save them both and begins sparring with her, while Alan is still fighting Krieg. In the show, Nolan begins fighting Krieg, Alan busy with Lucan. Along with these differences, there's a bit thrown in of Oliver and Mark disabling the enslaved forces without killing them, specifically in hopes of them joining the Coalition. The air support isn't arriving anytime soon, and seeing the cruiser as a problem, Mark enlists Oliver to destroy it in a two-man charge. They send it straight through the bottom and blow the entire thing in half. As it breaks apart, Thrag notices the skull of Argol fall off the ship and quickly catches it. He's visibly pissed by this point, and after we're shown the enslaved forces surrendering, he calls for all the Viltrumites to retreat. The 6 remaining of the 8 we saw attack, flying off into space. Now in the comic, when the Viltrumites attack, we only ever see Anissa and Krieg fighting. But while retreating, we're shown 6 escaping. One of them being Krad, who in the show was killed off earlier in the episode by Space Racer. There is an unaccounted for Viltrumite in the show right now, the one who first targeted Zoe. Alan uppercutted him into the sky, and he's not seen flying off with the rest. Not counting him, there's only been 3 confirmed Viltrumite kills so far: Conquest, Krad, and this unnamed guy who Thetis kills with a neck snap. In the comic, there are no confirmed kills from this fight, so the only kill during the war so far is Conquest. The boys see the 2 ship halves beginning to fall, and with the help of the squad, they yeet the thing into space. A lot of people on Twitter were confused at how the task appeared difficult to them, especially with how strong they're supposed to be. But it's very easily explained by the fact they just wanted to drag it out as long as possible to pad for time. The original comic not really showing there being any issue getting it launched into space. Something different in the comics is that the Viltrumites don't actually retreat until after they yeet the spaceship, which was probably changed in the show because why would they allow them to yeet the spaceship when that would have been the perfect time to attack them. The last scene to wrap up the episode starts with a show-only argument between Thetis and Alan. While Thetis believes this attack to be a minor setback, one that shows how desperate the Viltrumites are, Alan is more concerned about the direct loss of life. Thetis tells him he must consider the war, not the battle, to which Alan says he'd rather not. Like most scenes involving Talia for some reason, the writing goes out the window, as she comes over and tells Alan and Thetis the planet's defense system was disabled, which allowed the Viltrumites to arrive unnoticed. She also says it could have only happened from inside their network. Realizing the commands to do this came from a single console, Alan immediately grabs Data Twin 1 by the throat, assuming it was him. With no information received from Talia, he asks why Data Twin 1 sold the Coalition out, but the twin says he doesn't know what they're talking about. Talia then comes over and says the commands came from his console, which means Alan just happened to guess right. He realizes it was his brother, Data Twin 2, who sold them out, and shoots him, while still being held by Alan. He literally pulls this gun out of his ass, because he didn't have anything on him when he was grabbed. For some reason, this is enough proof that he isn't a mole who's trying to shoot and kill a dude who he could then blame as the mole. Not a thought to anyone here. But it turns out Data Twin 2 was the mole, and admits to it while he has an entire hole in his head. But if this is the case, why did they immediately jump on Data Twin 1 if they knew whose console it came from? I guess he could have made it look like it came from his brother's console, but it's still stupid. The comic is not much better though, the mole being sussed out shortly after Anissa's initial attack on the Coalition headquarters. But there are no breadcrumbs in that case. Thetis just gets up after the explosion and is like, "Yeah, piece of shit, I know it was you." Then Data Twin 1 is like, "Nah bro, it was him." And then Krieg steps in before it goes any further. The last bit of issue 74 covers Data Twin 1 confronting his brother at gunpoint after the battle has ended, saying they shared a brain for the first 6 months of their life and asking how he could betray them. But again, there's like zero setup for how Thetis just instantly sniffed out that it was one of the Data Twins. In both the show and the comic, Data Twin 2 reveals that Thrag planned to head home if the attack failed, back to the shell of a planet that is Viltrum, calling all remaining Viltrumites there as well. Thetis is happy with this news, believing now is the time to strike, before Thrag can rally all the Viltrumites back to him. And if they take him down, Thetis believes the rest will scatter. End of episode. We then cut to a post-credit scene, an ominous zoom-in on Conquest's grave, the music rising, before cutting back to a far shot and killing the music completely. Yep, Yep, it was a fake out. It probably got a lot of people though. Nothing like it exists in the comic, and it was a really funny addition to the show. Now on to episode 7, which is probably the one you've been waiting for a comparison of. Having some of the craziest combat we've seen. Adapting issues 75 and 76, the climax of the Viltrumite War. We start with an 11-minute show-only flashback to Viltrum during Argal's rule. It begins with sabotage occurring on one of their enslaved planets, a species known as Relonians, blowing up a mining device of some sort. We then move to a meeting of Viltrumites discussing the subject. Krieg says that they are defiant despite the force used against them, and recommends a purge of the population to put them in their place. Thetis chimes in, saying the Relonians resist because the Viltrumites are cruel occupiers, believing that restraining themselves will cause the planet to more willingly aid in their goals. Krieg believes they need to show an example through decimation, or other species might have misguided thoughts about resisting as well. Thetis flips the Viltrumites' respect for strength back on Krieg, arguing that by their logic, they should respect a species with the courage to challenge their oppressors. Emperor Argal stops the conversation and asks Regent Thrag what he thinks of the situation. Thrag argues that their strength to resist is not true strength, and that the real reason they need to be called is because their weakness is an affront to the order of the universe. Thetis tries to rebut, planning to argue that Thrag's too young to see the long game. But Argal says Thrag is right, and to reduce the population by 25%, and if they continue to resist, eradicate them completely. I didn't know where to throw this in, but Argal is voiced by Frank Welkers, so all I can hear is Scooby-Doo telling them to commit genocide. Thetis urges Argal to reconsider his plan, but he obviously doesn't. Later, Thrag tells Argal of fighting side by side with Thetis in the past, and how he used to be the most ruthless of their company. But ever since returning from what they call the Ley Quadrant, Thetis has questioned their ways, and speaks of mercy, something that troubles Thrag. Argal tells him that if he feels Thetis' weakness would harm the Empire, he should take action himself. Thrag, upon hearing this, feels he might have been mistaken in his previous statements, not wanting to kill Thetis over the disagreement. Sometime later, potentially that night, we see Thetis lurking in the dark above Argal, holding a knife of some sort. He flies down and, off-screen, assassinates Argal. Now, while we don't see most of this in the comic, we do get to see a single panel flashback of Argal being murdered by Thetis. It's so far in the comics, however, that I'm not going to tell you which issue it's in. But the panel itself isn't a spoiler, just a recap down the line. The knife in the comic and show looks very similar, and it's never explained what it's made of, though its configuration implies a bone knife. Maybe a Viltrumite bone, something that would definitely be strong enough to impale the skull of a Viltrumite. Evidence against this is the clear difference in color of the blade versus the handle, which leads to my second guess, the tooth of a Flan, the unseen creature we only heard about in a single panel, whose teeth are strong enough to harm a Viltrumite. Maybe he's using the tooth of one of those things? It's not clear, but I know some people probably had the question cross their mind, so I thought I'd offer an answer. We then cut to Argal's funeral, the courtyard of what we can assume is his palace, completely covered in Viltrumites. Thrag gives a speech explaining how Argal showed them their strength, but that in his death he also showed them their biggest weakness, a cancer, he says, that needs to be cut out. He then turns to one of the Emperor's counselors, asks if he will betray as well, and when the man answers that he won't, Thrag goes, "I don't believe you," and cuts his head clean off in front of everybody. As the man's blood spills on the steps, Thrag explains that as regent, he is the new leader of the Empire, as is customary, until one of Argal's heirs can be found to replace him. But then, he says his first order as leader of the Empire is to purge the weakness from within their ranks, the weakness that caused Argal's assassination. We then get an entire minute and 30-second animated rendition of the Great Purge, a sight to behold. Viltrumites young and old, murdering each other like it's a planet-wide battle royale. While this is happening, Thrag fucks off to the throne room to Orifarm, returning to a planet literally drenched in blood. We get to see Conquest in his prime, and even a reimagining of a shot we saw back in Season 1, when Nolan was explaining the Great Purge. Thrag commands that the purge is over, but Conquest looks like he's ready to take a shot at the Grand Regent himself, something that gets fan favorite Thula ready to jump in. But Thrag simply says he won't repeat himself, and Conquest eventually relents. We cut to another speech by Thrag, explaining that the survivors' reward is their own strength, and that they'll continue taking over the galaxy, now stronger than ever, as they start chanting all his hours, doing a very Nazi-esque salute. We then flash forward to the present, Thrag standing amidst an empty throne room, the past chants still echoing, as he speaks once more to the skull of Argal, saying he might have failed him, but he won't fail their people, not again. So now is when I want to sidetrack and bring something up that I originally planned for the first part of the season, but I found better fits here. That being the massive discrepancy in the history of the Empire in the show compared to the comics. In the show, the order of events are Argal's rule, conquering the universe, assassination, Thrag's rule, Great Purge, Great Conquest, Scourge Virus. The comic timeline is completely different, and is also inconsistent, changing multiple times throughout, the order of events being insanely stupid as far as the last time it's explained to us. In order, it goes Argal's rule, Great Purge, conquering the universe, Scourge Virus, assassination, Thrag's rule. That timeline is stupid, because we're supposed to believe that the Scourge Virus took out most of the population, but not the Emperor, statistically very unlikely, and then somehow after all of that, Thetis was able to get close enough to Argal to kill him. The show's timeline makes more sense, especially with the subtle implication given to the Purge. Thrag has just been made leader, and after his hesitation got Argal killed, he now believes he knows how to rule the Empire the best way possible. He wants to hold on to the position of Emperor, and uses the Purge as a way to not only rally the populace against each other at his command, but also killing off half the population is a good way to try and prevent any of Argal's heirs from emerging. The heirs thing is still lazy either way, there being massive problems with either timeline implying that the direct heirs of their emperor were not kept track of. The only real implication there being that some emperors hide that information to prevent a coup. But in the show it at least feels more like Thrag is making political moves to hold onto the power he has, making the search for an heir more difficult. We cut to the Coalition headquarters, Thetis recapping that Thrag has retreated to Viltrum, only having a handful of troops with him. He again explains that killing Thrag will leave the rest of the Viltrumites scattered and disorganized, not knowing any other ruler but him for centuries, and that over time, the rest will fall one by one. We get a last good shot of the entire squad, ready for combat, Thetis stating that they might not all survive, but it's the price they must pay to defeat the Empire once and for all. This scene adapts the first few pages of issue 75. Thetis starts by explaining that the war against the Viltrumites is over, and that over the course of a single 24-hour period, 80% of Viltrumite-controlled planets have switched sides. A combination of learning that the Coalition has Viltrumites on their side now, and the Viltrumites controlling their planets disappearing, which corroborates the intel from Data Twin 2 that they're regrouping on Viltrum. This information is followed by a 2-page spread of the entire gang looking hella cool. Talia again not being present. Everyone's fit also has little Coalition stamps on it, which kind of looks stupid, but we're just gonna ignore it, it's fine. We then cut to the Coalition ship, the one the gang is using to fly to Viltrum. Mark is recording a message to Eve explaining the odds they're up against, but eventually calling it off, saying he's planning on coming back anyways, so he doesn't need to record anything, though Mark himself doesn't look very convinced. To pad for time, we get more Kazlock shenanigans, Alan trying to convince Zoe to try some, her claiming to eat anything, but being thrown off by the fact it has a face.
Your moo cows have faces?
Moo Cow, what a great nickname. Personally, I prefer Grass Puppy. Oliver doesn't believe Thrag will live up to the hype, while Talia assures him that he does, and Battle Beast is ready to murder everyone in his path so he can feast on their entrails. They start discussing what their last meal would be if they could choose, which Battle Beast ruins again by saying his last meal would be his own blood as he chokes to death on his last breaths during combat. The scene then ends with Zoe trying a Kazlock, and enjoying it. Padding, boys, we need that padding. It's gonna get good, bear with me please. We get another show-only scene of Thetis talking to Nolan about his doubts on their mission. Nolan still doesn't want to exterminate his own people, pointing out that Thetis himself believes Thrag's death will leave them without direction or purpose. Thetis says he can't take the chance of the Empire rising again, still set on exterminating them all. Nolan points out that his sons are both part Viltrumite, and before the conversation goes further, it's announced over speaker that they've arrived, and everyone heads to the cargo hold to prepare for combat. In the comic, the conversations leading up to their arrival include one between Nolan and Mark about how Nolan likes it on Telescria, the planet basically being rebuilt 3 days after the attack, and Mark being scared of what's to come, knowing they all aren't making it out of the fight alive. Oliver then asks about Space Racer, who Nolan says is showing up later, needing to stop and grab something for the fight. That's something left to be revealed later. In the cargo hold, Zoe is shown to be loading up Simlac beetle darts, explained previously to weaken Viltrumites to physical injury. We're told there are only 10 of them though. Problem is, we saw way more than 10 back in episode 6, in a montage during Thetis' speech. There's like one per Viltrumite on this table. Nolan tells Oliver and Mark that however strong they think they are, Thrag is stronger, so they need to stick together and avoid getting separated. Nolan and Oliver share a hug, and Alan and Talia make out one last time. The briefing starts, the plan being to sneak past the planet's sensors, find Thrag, and signal to the rest of the group to rally and fight him together. We then cut to everyone flying through space, approaching the ring of dead Viltrumites surrounding the planet. Nolan explaining the history of the Scourge virus, while throwing a glance at Thetis, the creator of said virus. While attempting to use the dead bodies to conceal their approach, we're shown Thula hiding amongst them, ready to strike. On top of this, after making it past the ring, they immediately spot Thrag, posted up above the planet, looking quite angry. He was definitely more prepared for their assault than expected. Thula ambushing Thetis with her hair blade. Oh look, it's the brown guy from episode 6. He appears to have survived that uppercut. More and more Viltrumites emerge, surrounding our gang. My count is 8 from this far shot. Despite the fact the Viltrumites knew they were coming, Thetis says it doesn't matter. The plan is the same, to kill Thrag, as he charges into the fight. Now before we let this play out, the setup is pretty similar, though instead of Nolan explaining the ring around the planet, it's Thetis, who tells Mark the planet is a tomb of what it once was. Shortly after, Thetis is attacked by Thula, who's barely able to get a word out before Battle Beast tells her to shut the fuck up and fight him. Thetis says Thula is thorough, however, and definitely reported their arrival before engaging them. That's when Thrag arrives, with far more Viltrumites than in the show, sporting at least 29 behind him. In the show, Battle Beast instead starts fighting this dude, and Thetis engages Thula, before she crosses paths with Battle Beast and becomes his new target. Nolan fights Anissa, while Zoe goes straight for a dart to Thrag, it being taken by a different unnamed Viltrumite. Alan then uppercuts the dude with such strength that his weakened state gives immediately, causing him to turn the guy into a sleeve. In the comic, it's briefly mentioned that Tech Jacket is shooting toxic-based projectiles, and shortly after, Alan knocks the head off a Viltrumite attacking him. It's also implied that this Viltrumite was not hit by the toxin, nor is the one he sleeves a panel later. Because why else would he say, quote, some of these guys are definitely tougher than others, if he'd known they had been shot with the toxin. Perhaps he was being tongue-in-cheek about it, I don't know. The show makes it much more clear that these guys are dying because of the Simlac poison. We cut to Oliver and Mark juggling Lucan, and Creek fighting Thetis, grappling him to tear open the wound on his back. Thrag headbutts him, then breaks his arm, before calling him weak. Oliver is then shown fighting an unnamed shaved head dude, while Lucan focuses on Mark. Then we see a bit more of Nolan and Anissa, followed by Thula and Battle Beast, then to Thetis being 3v1. Nolan tells Alan to help Thetis, and now is when I ask, why is Zoe shooting these projectiles at the Viltrumites, instead of like, I don't know, Alan doing that keyring thing and punching them with it? During all of this, Thrag is still aura-farming, refusing to move a muscle, even after the Infinity Ray is fired, killing the bald guy, barely missing Anissa, and flying right past his chest. 3 inches off, and he would have been done for. With that shot fired, Space Racer has arrived, and he brought Ragnar with him, tethered to the back of his space bike, which he releases onto the approaching Viltrumites. This causes insane amounts of damage, mutilating the brown guy from episode 6, this unnamed brown girl who Zoe wasted a dart on, and another brown girl. Why does this feel racially motivated all of a sudden? In the comic, the arriving shot from Space Racer kills my boy Crad, instead of a random unnamed Viltrumite, and the Ragnar are shown to kill at least 2 people in a single panel. After this, Thrag tells his forces to run from the Ragnar, who he knows are too powerful, telling them the openness of space will be their death if they can get away from them. This also...
Tu dosis diaria de confianza es Emma.
Esto no es el final de una pelea. Es el principio de una.
This also happens a few panels before Alan and Tech Jacket score the double kill from earlier. While fighting Nolan, Anissa is grabbed by a Ragnar, and seeing an opening, Thetis yells for Nolan to take a shot at Thrag. So he charges in, only to miss completely, Thrag barely moving to dodge the attack. He then quickly repositions above Nolan and lands the biggest blow we've seen so far, dead center on his chest, knocking him all the way down to the surface of Viltrum, crashing down right next to the palace, and the statue of Argal we saw him training kids next to all those centuries ago. Now all of what we're about to see is show only. That attempted punch leading to Nolan getting sent to the surface is not in the comic either. Thrag then asks Nolan to come home, saying all will be forgiven if he rejoins the Empire. Nolan says they have no home, and that Viltrum is no more than a tomb, which offends Thrag, who believes they can rebuild. He points out that while there are only a few Viltrumites left, they are his people, who have suffered the same way Nolan has, and know who he truly is. Nolan says the Viltrumites aren't his people anymore, to which Thrag rebuts that he now sides with the people who almost caused their extinction. But when Nolan says he's aware of Thetis' involvement creating the Scourge virus, Thrag can't imagine why he'd side with the man who genocided their own species. Nolan mirrors language used by Thetis in episode 2, saying it was to stop them from genociding others, while Thrag argues they only ever did what was necessary to maintain order. Nolan argues that coming after his son wasn't being just done to maintain order, and Thrag rebuts by saying they were tested, the same way they had all been tested, pointing out that Thetis probably won't be looking to test them after the war is over, something Nolan has already shown to be questioning himself during their conversations. Meanwhile, in space, the fight continues, most of the Ragnar being handled by this point, Thetis fighting Lucan, Mark fighting Anissa, and Oliver fighting this unnamed female Viltrumite. Now that I think about it, Lucan was the last guy we saw attacked by the Ragnar. I honestly think it could be racially motivated at this point. We then move to Space Racer, who's trying to get a shot off to help Oliver. He's instead ganked by 3 Viltrumites, who break his helmet, planning on letting him suffocate. Some people ask why they didn't just rip him apart, the answer being the Viltrumites aren't sure what will happen if they kill him. His gun could possibly explode if they did that, like Nolan hypothesized back in episode 2. Zoe shoots one of the Viltrumites with a poison dart, and Alan kills him, lobbing his body at another, and then going after the third, giving Zoe time to fix Space Racer's helmet. Back on the planet below, Thrag monologues about the throne room, explaining that Thetis was a coward, and that Argal taught them that the universe belongs to the Viltrumites. After a bit more dialogue, Thrag asks one more time for Nolan to join him in reconquering their planet. And after Nolan's final rejection, Thrag says every Viltrumite death pains him, before loading up a punch so fast it sucks Nolan towards him, and he's uppercutted through the building, sent flying all the way back into space, smacking into another Viltrumite on the way up. Spotting Thrag, Oliver decides to charge right in, his last words being, "Hey dickhead, a black hole called. It wants its suck back." Thrag stops his punch, crushes Oliver's hand and says, "You're not one of us," grabs his other arm, and backhands him so hard his jaw and arm are ripped off. I watched through this season with a gal pal of mine, and this is when the waterworks immediately started. It's one of the quickest and most brutal moments we've seen Oliver face. The show has been teasing us with these close calls in both the first and second Conquest fight, but Oliver's hubris has finally caught up to him, and the Kill Oliver move has finally been landed. Now in the comics, I'm happy to report Oliver's final words before getting turned into ground beef are the same, the difference being Thrag's response. Instead of saying Oliver isn't one of them, he says, "You're a funny one, I gather, always cracking jokes. Very good. I enjoy a good joke myself. Stop me if you've heard this one." And then he punches Oliver in the jaw while ripping his arm off in the process. A very slight difference being in the direction of the blow. In the show, it's a backhand, Oliver rotating away from the arm being ripped off, while in the comic, he's hit with a forward punch that rotates him in the direction of the ripped off arm. I think what the show is going for with this subtle change is less power being used by Thrag to accomplish the same damage, practically only hitting Oliver with a backhand slap and it being enough to tear him apart, his jaw coming completely off in the show, which doesn't happen in the comic. Mark sees all of this happen and immediately charges in to try and help Oliver, but is tossed aside by Thrag, who says Oliver was a failure, so he's no brother to Mark. Mark says he killed Conquest so he can kill Thrag too, which causes all the Viltrumites to stop, turning their attention to the half-breed who managed to take out one of the most feared Viltrumites in the Empire. Thrag tells Mark to show him his strength, allowing him to charge straight in and land his best shot. A generational meme is born as Thrag doesn't even budge from the impact, taking it directly on the forehead, Mark hurting his arm in the process. I can't really compare this to the comics quite yet. A lot of stuff has been shifted around from this point, so we'll need to go further before breaking it down. Nolan still hasn't recovered from being launched into orbit, breaking past the ring of dead Viltrumites, and after he stops and sees the state of Oliver, he realizes they need to make a big move fast. He rushes back in, his plan's still not clear. At the same time, Zoe has run out of poison darts, missing her final shot on one of the female Viltrumites, and Alan steps in to help her again before he's tackled. Thetis tosses his opponent at Alan to free him, and Battlebeast starts fighting Krieg. While this is happening, Mark's further attempts to fight Thrag go very poorly, getting slapped past the sound barrier, only for Thrag to rush him afterwards. Battlebeast sees this and gleefully decides it's his turn to attack Thrag, hoping he'll be the opponent he's been looking for. Thrag doesn't give a shit though, punches him out, and destroys his jetpack, before yeeting him past the ring, completely putting him out of play. Nolan's plan begins to take effect. As he rallies the entire team to his side, he orders Space Racer out front as Alan and Tech Jacket are targeted and separated from the pack. By this point, Mark's pieced together their plan, Nolan ordering Space Racer to fire head on at the planet. They all race alongside the beam, causing a massive fireball upon entering the atmosphere. Thrag has figured out what they're trying to do, and rushes past the other Viltrumites, trying to stop them before they succeed. But the shot lands, and the three Viltrumites follow. We cut to the three of them barreling through the planet as the surface is completely destroyed. It's got some cool visuals, the planet cracking apart, the three reaching the core, their bodies beginning to burn, but I would be remiss not to mention that the entire sequence goes on for 4.5 minutes, very much overstaying its welcome. It's pretty obviously padded out, using shots of Mark, Nolan, and Thetis quite a lot. The planet is blown to pieces, stunning enemy and ally alike, but Thetis says it had to be done to show the Viltrumites the truth of their position in the universe. He then calls for their surrender, saying it's their only option left they can choose. Thrag yells back no, pulling apart a massive piece of the planet's debris, tears visible in his eyes, saying his choice is death, charging in, grabbing Thetis by the face, and ripping his head clean off, stunning everyone for a second time, as he states that Emperor Argal has finally been avenged, saying every single one of them is next, as he crushes Thetis' head. Nolan is Thrag's next target, and Alan is left in shock at the death of Thetis, needing to be told twice by Mark to go find Oliver. As he beats Nolan, Thrag says he offered him forgiveness, only for him to destroy everything they had left. He starts juggling Nolan through space before Mark jumps in to try and help. It doesn't help much, however, Mark being punched away easily, and Thrag going right back in at Nolan, saying he was too quick in killing Thetis, planning to take his time with him. We then cut to Alan looking for Oliver, only to find 3 very pissed off Viltrumites. That brown one who got nommed on by a Ragnar is still kicking it, by the way. Alan is tossed around a great deal, and after an interception by Zoe, followed by an Infinity Ray kill by Space Racer, the call is made that they have to leave. Alan protesting, not wanting to leave Oliver, Mark, and Nolan on their own, but he eventually gives in. While flying off, the mutilated Viltrumite who survived the most on-screen damage is finally taken out by Space Racer, in a really cool front-on shot while attempting to grab onto the space bike. Krieg screams out in rage at seeing another one of his people killed, the grand total by this point in the battle being 7 Viltrumites dead, and the total for the war being 10. Cutting back to Mark and Nolan, Mark is punched in the throat real good, and Nolan tries to go in for an attack, immediately getting his arm broken and tossed aside, Thrag charging directly at Mark. Another great meme is made, though you guys have no idea how badly this was nerfed compared to the comics. We'll get there though. Having grabbed Mark by the face, Thrag prepares to punch his head off, but is stopped by Nolan, blindsiding him from above. In the second of time they have to speak, Mark asks how they're supposed to beat someone so strong. Nolan, understanding that there isn't anything they can do, can barely get out Mark's name before he's impaled by Thrag, Mark not even being able to process what happened, as his father's body is being removed from Thrag's arm like a discarded glove. Angry at the scene in front of him, Mark tries to do any damage to Thrag, who doesn't even flinch, only saying, "What a waste," grabbing him by the throat and headbutting him. He then takes his fingers and begins shoving them into Mark's eyes, ready to finish him off. But he doesn't. He is stopped by the sight of his planet, Viltrum, or what remains of it, completely destroyed, nothing but a pile of dead bodies and rock. In front of the rest of the surviving Viltrumites, Grand Regent Thrag spares Mark, saying they are too few already. Krieg, swallowing his disagreement with the situation, asks what their next orders are, and the group fly off, leaving Nolan and Mark dying in space. They float for a while, like an entire minute, though this is pretty much comic accurate, an entire page and a half being dedicated to their floating bodies. Now that the fight is over, we can finally go through and compare the show to the comics. The first overarching difference is that Thrag is insanely overpowered in the show compared to the comic. If Viltrumites are all superpower space Hitlers, he's like a test tube baby Giga Hitler. There's not a single drop of his blood spilled in this fight. He's aura farming during half of it, not even flinching at the unstoppable space laser that barely missed him. He wound up a punch so strong it caused a fucking hurricane to form on his fist. He's unstoppable. Comparing this to the comic, Thrag is a stronger than average Viltrumite, but he's not infallible like the show portrays him. Mark also has no clue who he is, literally unaware that he's about to swing on the Grand Regent. Thetis even calling out for someone to stop him. Mark lands a punch, right to the stomach, but Thrag is unfazed, swatting him away. This is when Oliver tries to charge in and is turned into mincemeat. Thrag comments that Oliver seemed like a nice boy, another big difference, as Mark charges in from behind, body checking him, followed up with a punch to the ribs, one to the face, and an uppercut to the chin. He gets another hit in, as we're shown Thrag is bleeding, a far cry from how far Mark gets in the show during this part, being tossed away completely when trying to help Oliver. Thrag says Mark is in over his head, explaining that even Conquest fears him, to which Mark lands another punch, saying he killed Conquest and is going to kill Thrag. In the show, this is when all the Viltrumites take notice, but in the comic they also have dialogue about how crazy it is, Conquest being one of the strongest among them. Instead of this dialogue leading to the head punch that Thrag tanks, it's the distraction they use to organize the rush on the planet. And instead of it being Nolan's idea, it's Thetis's. The charge happens nearly the same though, Alan and Tech Jacket being intercepted, while the 3 Coalition Viltrumites continue the charge. Thetis clarifies that they need to get the timing just right, the core of the planet destabilizing from the Infinity Ray, but if it stabilizes before they hit it, they could die on impact. We're shown the impact on 2 pages, as the majority of the explosion happens opposite their entry point. Then we get 2 more pages showing the destruction on the surface, including a crumbling Argall statue. We then get more full spreads, starting with Thetis, Nolan, and Mark bursting out of the planet. The next is them being intercepted by Viltrumites, followed by another of the planet blowing up and throwing everyone off. And then a final spread of everyone floating among the corpses of the now destroyed ring. This is when Thetis calls out for the Viltrumites to surrender. Thrag is
Mi planchar tu cabello es tan dañino como los rayos del sol.
Our mission is to protect people. You ready? Danger is part of the job.
until issue 7. 75, as far as I've found. Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong about this, but from what I've discovered, the first time he's named is when Thrag says, "By the throne of Argal," after the Ragnar were released by Space Racer. Then in issue 76, after Thetis has already been killed, we learn from Thrag that Argal was assassinated. He's definitely an afterthought in the comics, and I believe the show handles him better, and will hopefully rectify the inconsistencies of the Viltrumite timeline the comic has. These panels themselves painting a completely different picture than what's laid out by the time the timeline is explained. Continuing forward, Nolan is also much more on board with the extinction of this species, directly stating such to Thrag, after he's explained that they also believe Thetis was the one who created the Scourge virus. Thrag then headbutts Nolan, preparing to kill him, which in the show was adapted as Mark getting headbutted instead. This is when Battle Beast jumps in, believing to have finally found a worthy adversary. He's quickly smacked away, however, and in the show, this was pushed all the way up to Mark and Thrag's earlier confrontation, before the planet was blown up. While that's all happening, Alan is getting the shit beat out of him until Battle Beast breaks up the pummeling after being tossed by Thrag. This is when Space Racer fires his Infinity Ray, killing one of the Viltrumites, giving him time to grab Alan, saying it's time they retreat, and killing another Viltrumite grasping onto his bike. By this time in the comics, Tech Jacket is tapped out and has to be pulled along by one of the Ragnar tethers, instead of in the show where Zoe is still assisting Alan, and they're all retreating in generally better condition. This is when Thrag, Nolan, and Mark officially begin their fight alone. Fight is a bit of an overstatement though, it's a straight beatdown, beginning with Mark asking how they're supposed to beat Thrag. Unlike in the show, where he can't even get the words out, Nolan says they can't beat him, explaining that he's been training from birth to be the strongest among their species, and that he's simply too strong for them. Thrag then grabs them both by the throat at high speed, Nolan eking out a few more words to Mark, saying no matter what he said, he loves him. And while at first he believed this was a weakness, he now knows it was his strength. He then kicks Mark free of Thrag's grasp, telling him to run. This is when Mark books it as fast as he can, looking back to see Thrag quickly gaining on him, getting grabbed by the scalp shortly after. While the adapted version is a good meme, this one is way more intense looking. There's blood everywhere, his eyes are covered in blood, it's terrifying. While in the show, it's very flat, there being no blood at all. Thrag also doesn't land a blow after catching Mark. While in the comic, he gets a hammerfist strike to the face after he's caught. And after he's caught in the show, Nolan was able to intercept Thrag to prevent another hit. While in the comic, the attempted interception is what makes Thrag turn his attention away from Mark, impaling Nolan, before yeeting him off his arm. Unlike in the show, where he gracefully removes Nolan slowly, in a moment that's way more somber. Nolan also calls out Mark's name after being impaled, while in the show, that line was repurposed as the only thing he could muster before he's impaled. In the show, Mark angrily attempts another attack after this, which is where he's grabbed and takes the headbutting. But by this point in the comic, Mark is already down for the count from the hammer fist he took in the last page. Thrag has him by the head, his hands over his eyes, saying it's time. In the show, he actually starts pressing into Mark's eyes, while in the comic, this is when he hesitates. There's no shot of the destroyed Viltrum either, because the show has a completely different implication than the comic. Another difference is the reaction of his men after he hesitates. When he says he's gonna spare Mark, Krieg, instead of swallowing his disagreement, charges Mark and Nolan, but is stopped by Thrag, who says that the two of them must survive above all others. Something being implied here that we'll discuss later, the two being left to float in space, eventually found by Talia and the others. In the comic, it's actually Captain Pickel's men who save Mark, making their last appearance throughout the entire series. We quickly cut to Mark waking up to Alan's voice. It's been a few weeks of them healing, and in that time, Alan has been made leader of the Coalition. Nolan is alive and healing, and Oliver is in a stasis tube, recovering from his injuries, his lower jaw and left arm both having been replaced with robotic prosthetics. Mark hugs him, and now we reach the finale, Episode 8, which adapts comic issues 77, 78, and 79. We begin with the Viltrumites arriving on Earth. They immediately start destroying everything in sight and flood an entire city with a tsunami, all while Thrag overlooks from the Viltrumites' cruiser. It's then revealed that this is all Mark's imagination, as they're rushing back to Earth to see what damage has actually been dealt, unable to stop himself from imagining the absolute worst outcome. Nolan tells him he needs to stop worrying and sleep, since Earth is still a couple days away. Zoe comes in and asks what the plan is if they actually find the Viltrumites on Earth, something that's still just a guess, and neither Mark nor Nolan react to her question. This is pulled from the comics, but it's spread out into two scenes, so we'll wait to compare it. Next, we cut to Alan having doubts over his appointment as head of the Coalition. Talia reassuring him that Thetis believed he could do it and that she does too. This is an adaptation of a page where Talia instead asks Alan if he wants to smash before the movers get to their new place. As usual in the comics, Talia is scantily clad and not much is added by this scene. But Alan does mention he misses his buddy Tech Jacket, who by this point he'd spent almost a year with, now having to return home with Nolan and Mark. We cut to Zoe eating some pink slop, still trying to get anything out of Nolan and Mark. She recommends they use her space station as their base of operations to scan for Viltrumites, to then take them out one by one. She also says that she's ready for anything and is in it to the end, but still gets no response from the boys. She then facetiously says that maybe they should just give up on Earth, it not being that great anyways, hoping that something outrageous would get their attention. But it doesn't, and they only snap out of their trance after hearing that they've arrived over the intercom. This is all yanked straight from the pages. Tech Jacket promising he's not as useless as he came off during the Battle of Viltrum, and that he's there for anything that comes their way. He also gets no response, so he says after they save Earth he's gonna make love to their faces, still gets no response, and storms out, saying the two of them suck. There's another conversation between Nolan and, well, basically just Nolan, since Mark isn't paying attention, still worrying about Earth. He says he's worried about Oliver, who's probably waking up right now, on the alien planet of Telescria, which will probably be overwhelming for him. He then comments on how much Earth has changed him, worrying about Oliver, their mother, Earth in general, wondering if those emotions were always there. After the ship arrives, they begin planning their next moves. Nolan says they need to sneak down quietly while the ship is stopped past the moon, and if they find Viltrumites have taken over, they need to send word to the Coalition to get a resistance going. Before he's even finished explaining the plan, Mark has already left the ship, flying to Earth as fast as he can. But when he gets there, he notices no visual problems from space. He flies down to the same city he imagined was destroyed to find absolutely nothing. Nolan and Tech Jacket meet him in the sky, and they have a small moment of relief. At least for now, the Viltrumites are not on Earth. The first person he decides to check on is his mother, who says she thought something happened to him since he was gone so long. Debbie asks where Oliver is, and Mark explains that he is healing on Telescria in good hands. Then he turns around to see Thrag holding his mother by the neck as she gasps for air, and then Thrag rips her head right off her body, and it was a hallucination. A hallucination pulled from the comics. One of the gruesome outcomes Mark imagines waiting for him when he gets to Earth. Debbie is concerned at Mark freezing up, and asks what happened during the war. He promises to explain later, but says he needs to tell Eve, letting her know Nolan is outside as well, ready to leave and check on Oliver now that they know the Viltrumites aren't on Earth. Dressing Down Part 2 takes place, Debbie heading into the backyard to tear into Nolan for letting Oliver get hurt. Then on top of that, leaving him on some alien planet alone. She also brings up how she told him never to come back to her house, and prepares to walk off, when Nolan lets her know that Oliver was very brave, and that both him and Mark gave everything they had to save the lives of billions. He explains they plan to set up a warning system for Earth to notify them if the Viltrumites show up, and that after that's done, he's heading back to Telescria to be with Oliver. Nolan says it broke his heart to see his son hurt as bad as he was, and Debbie says he has to have a heart to have it broken. Nolan then responds insanely aggressively, flying in front of Debbie, telling her to stop acting like she doesn't know him, and to try and give him a chance. She says she doesn't gotta give him shit, and to get the fuck out of her way, but he goes on to say that he believes she'll eventually see that he deserves a second chance, that she's always believed in rehabilitation, something he didn't understand before. He ends his speech by asking her to give him a chance, to show her that he's changed, stepping out of her way. She doesn't respond to the monologue, telling him that she doesn't know where he's sleeping, but it's not here, as she heads inside. This conversation adapts a scene out of issue 78, though that seems to go a lot better for Nolan than it does in the show. The show is making Debbie much stronger-willed than she is in the comic, having these long, brutal confrontations with Nolan, while her comic book counterpart is basically a puddle of emotion when confronted by the husband who ruined her life. Elsewhere, Zoe shows up to her space station, her dad happy to see she's alive, though he definitely let himself go while watching out for his daughter's return. This adapts a scene in the comic where Tech Jacket first goes down to his house to try and find his dad, and is told by his neighbors that he's not left the space station. When he finds him at the space station, this is when we get the scene between the two, where they both comment on the beard the other has grown. Next, Mark has gone to see Eve, the two embracing the moment he climbs through her window. Not having seen each other for almost a year by this point, Eve thought Mark was dead, and we cut to later, the two in bed after Smith through the window. They don't smash either, and instead talk about how she did keep the Invincible Ink business going in his absence, with the help of Bulletproof. She's also still living at home, not because her dad got hurt, or because she doesn't have money to afford her own place, but because with Mark gone, she didn't really see a point to buying land and building her own place. The scene ends with Mark explaining that the Viltrumites are still alive, and if they came to Earth, that would be it for everyone, having not actually won the war. Next,
En la vida es fácil fluir siendo natural todos los días. Come sin rollo, cinta azul.
Next, we get a show-only scene of Spawn. Then Anissa rips William's jaw clean off of it, and again, none of that was real. The scene adapts a conversation Mark has with William in issue 80, which, fun fact, is when Mark learns for the first time that William is gay. Because in the show, he's like turbo gay from episode 1, while in the comic, he's actually in the closet for the majority of the run, even dating Eve in the early issues. There's an entire conversation where Mark rethinks all the previous interactions they've had in locker rooms and such, in the new context of his best friend being gay. And after both William and Rick tell Mark he is attractive, he gets uncomfortable and leaves. It should also be noted that William isn't one of the people we see die in Mark's imagination scenes in the comic. There's also some edgy lines from Rick about how he recognizes the trauma on Mark's face because he's seen it on his own during his recovery from Sinclair's experiments that turned him into a cyborg. It's cringe and unbased. Moving on. We then cut to Debbie venting to Paul about Nolan leaving Oliver on some alien planet. She's upset that she's not able to be there with him while he's hurt, the same way she was for Mark every time he was hurt. But Paul suggests she should just go to said alien planet to be with him. And during this conversation, we learn that Debbie and Paul are no longer dating. They're still friends, but part of the reason it didn't work out is that superheroes and aliens are a part of Debbie's world, whether she likes it or not. Paul being a little too normal. The Paul Glazers on TikTok were probably pretty mad about that one. Now this adapts a bit from the comics, including a phone call breakup between Paul and Debbie, her telling him over the phone to come pick up a bunch of shit he left behind before she tosses it all. This happens on the third page of issue 78, right before Nolan and Mark return from the war. Nolan actually overhears this breakup phone call and asks who Paul is. Next, we move to a scene of Mark and Eve on the roof, chatting it up as they usually do. Eve is just about to reveal to Mark what was wrong with her Kate and heads outside. Mark checks on her, asking if Kate said something rude, and this is where, through her tears, she tells Mark she had an abortion. Another massive difference from how it's portrayed in the show is that Eve actually apologizes to Mark during her explanation. And on top of the context of seeing Kate with her kids, it's a much more emotional moment than randomly bringing it up while eating burgers on a roof. Eve being directly faced with what made that choice such a hard one. Also, Kate is like a massive asshole in the comics, saying during this that she doesn't give their relationship another month because Eve doesn't know how to keep a guy happy. We move to a show-only scene of Nolan visiting the place he left Mark's mangled body back in season 1, remembering the things he said to his son that day. Cecil teleports in and asks if Nolan really thought it was a good idea coming back after what he did. Nolan tries to approach but is told he's gotten close enough and that he'll never not be afraid of him. He tries to apologize, which Cecil recognizes does mean at least something. And when asking about the war, Nolan explains that they won, but there are still around 40 Viltrumites somewhere. Something Cecil isn't pleased to hear, since that doesn't sound much like winning now that there's 40 pissed off super Nazis who know exactly where Mark and his loved ones call home. Nolan says they plan to set up an early warning system for the Coalition to show up in 2 weeks if the Viltrumite cruiser appears in the solar system. Cecil doesn't like that either, but likes the idea of Nolan staying behind to protect Earth even less. Nolan says he risked his life and nearly died during the war to protect Earth, to which Cecil responds by confirming the total number of people killed during his rampage, saying he needs to almost die 2,341 more times before it's good enough, meaning the Chicago incident saw back in season 1 killed 2,342 people. This scene doesn't happen in the comics, and instead, while talking to Debbie, Cecil teleports in, which in the comics is way less of a personal teleportation and more usually a doorway in issue 80. But the context is so different from where we're at in the show that I've decided I can't cover it until developments that we should see in season 5. We also get another scene of Nolan telling Debbie that they're almost ready to leave and that he thinks she should check out the Earth before they go, the view being quite stunning. Debbie finds it breathtaking, and while she's staring, Nolan goes to touch her, but decides not to, letting her have this moment without making it about himself. At the same time, Donald has arrived to the house, welcoming Mark back and asking him to come talk to Cecil. Then after the Debbie and Nolan scene, we cut to him in Cecil's office. He says he's not happy that Mark and Nolan seem to have kicked the hornet's nest without getting rid of all the bugs, and Mark agrees to a debrief with Donald so they can better prepare for what to expect. And then he's impaled through the chest by Thrag, tossed aside like a sack of potatoes, and as you could have guessed, not real, another one of Mark's hallucinations. He asks Cecil if he can get scheduled to talk to one of their therapists, and the scene ends. In the comic, we don't get any direct conversation like this between Mark and Cecil. In fact, one of the forgotten points that Cecil should have been up Schitt's Creek for in both the show and the comic is keeping Conquest alive. Mark and Nolan should be pissed about that, but it's never brought up again. What we do see is Mark's hallucination of Cecil's death. It happens in the beginning of issue 77 as he tries to reason with Thrag, and instead of getting impaled, he gets his head popped off. We also see a dead Brit in the bottom of one of these panels as well. Later, he finds Mark sitting in his room sulking, and she recommends he goes out for a flight to get his mind off of things. So he does, trying to just let go and relax. But all of a sudden, he sees Thrag floating quietly above the planet, not attacking, not moving, just staring at him. Mark sees flashes of chaos and murder as Thrag says the Viltrumites are on Earth. Unsure if this is another hallucination, Mark flies in for a punch that doesn't even faze Thrag. He then begins another volley that does nothing but get him grabbed by the face and tossed away. As he tries to charge back in, he's simply told to stop, Thrag saying he hasn't done anything to Earth yet. He then explains there are only 37 Viltrumites left, a shadow of their former glory, but plenty still to tear the planet in two, which he does believe is warranted after everything Mark has done, namely blowing up their homeworld. Thrag says instead, the Viltrumites' new home is Earth. They'll disappear into the populace and use humans to secretly repopulate the Viltrum Empire. We're shown Lucan, Anissa, and Krieg already fitting into human society. Krieg's already got him a lady, Anissa is gawked at by men, but she's not at all receptive, and Lucan is looking like a buff Steve Harvey. Thrag says Mark will let this all happen, and if he tries to resist in any way, then they'll destroy the planet and set up rape camps to repopulate instead. With this, Thrag offers a truce. The Viltrumites will not affect or aid the Earth in any way, as long as they are left undisturbed. He asks Mark, on behalf of the planet, if he accepts these terms. Mark is furious and is ready to say no, Thrag taking a battle-ready stance. Mark starts to say no, but at the last second, he thinks about the death of everyone he knows, and the face of Eve flashes in his mind. Reluctantly, he then accepts the terms of the agreement. Now the show...
Urbiton trae tu nuevo Volkswagen en bandeja de plata. Estrena tu Volkswagen con 4 años de tasa fija, 4 años de mantenimiento gratis y beneficios extra para negociar. Visítanos en sucursales o reserva en Portico.
Now the show has spread this across an entire episode, but in the comic, Mark immediately flies down to Earth, sees everything is fine, sighs in relief, and then immediately spots Thrag, alongside Nolan, who by this point in the show is already headed back to Telescria. Mark also lands a single punch, which does more than every punch in the TV show has, TV show Thrag being extremely overpowered in comparison. And then Mark is grabbed by the throat instead of the face and tossed aside. During the explanation that they're going to be blending in, Lucan is shown in his suit, Krieg is shown on a motorcycle with an eye patch and a cigarette, but no woman, and Anissa is instead getting gawked at on a bench rather than walking through a park, visibly pissed enough to break the bench with her right hand. The last big difference is that Mark doesn't see the flashes of his loved ones dying when rejecting the terms. He instead sees a flash of the Viltrumites having destroyed his city, then he says his answer is yes. Thrag then thanks Mark, saying he single-handedly became the savior of every living being on Earth as well as the Viltrumites, willing or not. He tells Mark he won't hear from him again and flies off. End of episode. The post-credit scene shows Alan, swamped by paperwork, being brought a message left to him by Thetis if he died in the war. The message says that he knows Alan will live up to the role that Thetis' death has cursed him with, and and that he believes with all of his being that the universe would not be a safe place without the extinction of the Viltrumites. In his message from Beyond the Grave, Thetis explains to Alan the existence of the improved Scourge virus, and how he only hesitated to use it because he believes it could also kill the people of Earth, since they're genetically similar to Viltrumites. The message left for Alan then tells him that he must use it and completely eradicate the Viltrumite population. End of season. Now in the comic this scene is pretty similar, but it's a random robot that hands Alan the encrypted message from Thetis, and no mention of humans being a concern for the usage of the Scourge virus. Only that if he died, Thetis assumed that means they hadn't won, and urges Alan to use the improved version so his death won't be in vain. And with that, we've covered the entirety of Season 4, and now get to wait till next year to see how Kirkman and his team decides to adapt to what's to come. At the current pace, there's most likely only going to be around 9 seasons of the show or less, this one ending around issue 79, and the comic being only 144 issues long, meaning we've just barely squeezed past the halfway point. Now compared to Season 1 and 2, Season 4 is pretty close to the source material, but next season will be a complete toss-up, because there's a lot of racially motivated writing from Kirkman that he's probably going to try and distance himself from. So if you want to stick around for when those videos come out, don't forget to subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, and go check out some of my similar content covering movies and shows. You can also find me streaming every night around 7:30 MST, and you can join our Discord if you want to hang out and play video games. Until next time, have a good day.
Es peor porque hay rompido tus pies. Colgate Flax Fresh Picasso para robarte el show. Disfruta de Suavitel Complete, con su nueva fórmula avanzada que extiende la vida de tu ropa. Con el cuidado más completo y fragancia ultra fresca todo el día. Prueba el todo en uno más completo.
It's that time of year again, and Invincible Season 4 has been dropping since mid-March, which means we get to go through the entire season and break down every episode, comparing them to the comic issues they adapt. This season had a lot of people on the fence when it began dropping, waiting with bated breath to see how Kirkman and his team would handle some of the heaviest fights to date. But the real question is, how accurate did they stay to the source material? Before we get into it, something to note is that this breakdown will have spoilers for the show, but I'll have no comic spoilers for anything that hasn't been adapted yet. You don't have to worry about wanting to know how accurate a fight in Season 4 is, just to be jump scared with how the comic book ends. And with that, let's get into it, and if you enjoy, remember to leave a like, and don't forget to... Last season ended off on issue 65, and the first episode of Season 4 covers issues 68, 69, and 70, skipping issues 66 and 67 to save for a later episode. We start with a sequence very similar to the one we see at the beginning of Season 2, where Mark's just come off the battle with his father and lifelessly performs his duties as a hero while Karma Police by Radiohead plays. This time, while still in robotic casts, he's shown alongside Cecil, Eve, Oliver, and Debbie, with the heroes going through the same emotionless trudge, dealing with the physical and emotional aftermath of last season's Invincible War and Conquest fight. Oliver is no longer purple, explained by his Viltrumite DNA being so dominant, it slowly takes over as he ages. Alongside seeing the funerals of the fallen and buildings being reconstructed, we're also shown that my boy Business Baby is alive and well. As I explained in last season's breakdown, Business Baby and his partner Big Mildew are a legally safe knockoff of the comic book characters Pit and Tim, who were brought in for the Invincible War next to a number of Image comic heroes that had to be left out of the show for licensing reasons. During the montage sequence, we see Cecil soaking in a tub of some sort of purple liquid. In issue 84, we see Cecil sitting in a vat of purple goo before Donald comes in to share the latest problem. In the previous issue, while talking to Invincible, he explains that he doesn't sleep and instead spends a single hour a day in a puddle of goo that keeps him young. In a later spin-off series titled Invincible Universe, we also learn that he needs this daily plunge for more than just staying up all day. Due to the injuries we learned about back in issue 50 of the comic, adapted in season 3 episode 2, Cecil had to have a full body skin graft after surviving an eco-terrorist attack. In the Universe comic, we learn that without this goo bath, his skin graft also begins deteriorating, his nose even falling off onto Knockout's chest during a heated exchange. We're also shown that Britt is here to stay as a member of the Guardians of the Globe, a comic book character known for his own series of one-shots that began around issue 5 of Invincible. He's seen in the Invincible comics as early as issue 11 in Nolan's flashback of how he became a hero on Earth. He then reappears in issue 41, arriving after the botched Lizard League fight that left everyone but Rexplode dead. He was also one of the heroes captured by Doc Seismic in issue 48, and the one to save Cecil after his skin was burned off in the eco-terrorist attack. But in the show, he doesn't actually appear until the Invincible War, which was adapted in season 3, episode 7. Something the season changes overall is the vibe of Oliver. Last season, we discussed how he seemed more resentful of Mark in the comic, and dismissive of humanity as a whole, finding them to be selfish creatures, while also finding no problem with killing the Mauler twins. In the show, he seemed more remorseful about that, and also tries to connect to humans more, even attempting to make friends on his own. At the start of this season, Oliver is shown to have grown tired of how often he's been running around being a hero, getting into an argument with Mark after he's asked to come back out after already spending all day fighting villains, instead just wanting to play some video games and go to bed. The show is trying to give much more gravitas to the events of the last season than the comics ever gave them. Everyone is still looking sideways at the 1 out of 16 Invincibles left that allegedly isn't trying to kill them. Many heroes are now dead and villains feel empowered, leaving more work for the heroes left. Comparing this to the comics, after healing up from getting his shit stomped in issue 63, Oliver is already back at it by the start of what this episode covers. It's just a little family drama to pad out the season, and it won't be the only padding. And realizing his arms aren't broken anymore, Mark rips off the other before the fight continues. Now this plays out slightly differently in the comic. Issue 68 has no setup of a false call for Mark's help, and instead we just see him moving some rubble, only for Dinosaurus to attack him and start ranting about Mark ruining the natural order. But his explanation in the comics is just a bit stupid, and I don't mean in the way that environmentalists wishing for human extinction is already dumb as fuck. I mean in a way that's not very Prosper. He's basically a dinosaur version of FDR. Hear me out, guys. If we make it illegal for people to grow their own food, then make people dig holes in the desert to create jobs, they'll have the money they need to buy food. Airtight logic with no holes that'll make the Great Depression 7 years longer. During the fight in the comics, Invincible also loses not just the first cast, but the second one to Dinosaurus, causing Mark to recognize him as a real threat, before punching him into some rubble, the same way he does in the show. When the smoke clears, and while Mark is mid-charge, a naked man starts begging for his life. Mark grabs him by the throat and demands to know where the dinosaur went, before the man explains he is the dinosaur, that he doesn't have control over it, turning into it randomly and waking up after it's done horrible stuff. He begs for help as Mark tightens his grip around the man's throat, until the Guardians arrive. In the comic, this part of them arriving is the actual shot they use for the montage, while in the show they just teleport in. He explains the situation and turns the guy over to them, and after Robot asks if he's alright, he simply says, "What do you think?" before flying off. In the comic, this is a good bit different in terms of the implications for Mark's character, as we've slowly been ramping up his darker tone. He's dangled a dude off the side of a building for beating Priority, as to prevent a world-ending event that would make a safe prison useless in a destroyed world. And they eventually come to an agreement of 3 free months of service to make up for it. The next page also explains that there are no plans at all to donate any of the money they're making. It's all going towards saving up to buy their own place. This backyard dialogue not only replaces the prison negotiation scene, but the backyard conversation before dinner is itself a thing in the comic, and is completely different, having to do with Mark's mentality, related to his thoughts about killing the host of Dinosaurus in the previous scene. He confides in Eve that the new way his mind thinks about things leads him down the logic we saw Oliver using previously, that if he handles the threats for good, there'd be less heartache overall. And now we finally get to the extremely awkward dinner scene, while Mark, Eve, and her parents all sit in cringe-inducing silence while eating. Mark tries to break the ice by asking her dad about his job in the furniture business, before Mr. Wilkins says he actually got laid off after the head office was destroyed in the Chicago incident, pointing out Mark was the one who destroyed it. it. Eve tries to intervene, but he argues, quote, "It's not a crime to look out for your daughter, especially when her boyfriend has a history like Mark's." After dinner, while trying to help the girls do the dishes, Mark is called outside by Eve's father to have a chat while smoking a cigar. He explains that Eve is still his little girl and that Mark will understand when he has kids. Mr. Wilkins says he hates that she's a superpowered person like Mark, but that she is made of steel, having been in a ton of fights, but always coming out on top, until the fight against the alternate Invincibles left her completely mangled. He then points out how she wasn't even better by the time she had to go back out to save him from Conquest, before getting torn open by him. I already explained last season how I thought the adaptation adding Eve actually throwing hands with Conquest was the stupidest shit ever. She got fucked up by one Mark. She's not toe-to-toeing with Conquest. In the comic, she gets one tap. He hammers in that the only 2 times Eve has almost died is because of Mark, and that if you really cared about her, that's something he should probably think about. Now, all of this is fucking stupid, and completely deviates from the character of Eve's dad we see in the comic. Instead of coming off as a protective father during this scene, Mr. Wilkins is a raging misogynist, and the backyard smoke scene is supposed to exemplify that fact. Before this, the dinner scene is also different. In the comic, Eve's mom is quite the space cadet, as we're shown multiple times, and without even thinking about it, asks Mark what his dad does for work, to try and start up some dinner talk. Eve yells at her before Mr. Wilkins goes completely off on her mom, reminding her that his father is Omni-Man, the same person he had to fight to save the planet, so it's probably not his favorite dinner conversation, before calling her a ditz. For the backyard conversation, we hit the ground running with Mark asking about leaving the girls to do the dishes. Mr. Wilkins says, "They like it. Bonding time." Sure. He then goes on a page-long rant about how he wants to thank Mark for giving his daughter a chance, despite the fact she is not a virgin, and how he knows that's important to men. He continues to explain that he wouldn't have married Betsy had she not been a virgin, because he likes the feeling of breaking new ground, as he puts it, and that he's thankful that Mark would look past such an obvious flaw, though there are probably upsides to being with a more experienced woman like his daughter as well. It's a really gross monologue, but that's the entire fucking point. Some women on the writing team probably looked at this, saw it was gross, and decided to change it, because God forbid you write a character we aren't supposed to like to be a raging sexist in the adult animated cartoon. To add on to this, there's also an added scene between Eve and her mother while doing the dishes, as she explains to Eve that she basically settled for her father, and maybe when she's older, Eve might instead settle for good enough instead of being with Mark. After calling his wife over to watch TV, Mark and Eve now have the conversation about killing dinosaurs as host. Mark throws in a line about how her dad was right.
My dad is not right, Mark. He is never right.
Actually, because you decided to change this scene so dramatically, yes, he kinda was. You made the shitty character who's supposed to be a sexist asshole completely correct. Mark is with Eve, and that's why she's gotten hurt so bad, literally almost dying twice, and if he had killed Engstrom, at least one of those times wouldn't have happened. Another new thing thrown in is that Eve tries to make Mark a cup of coffee after he says he's tired, but it tastes terrible. They stick the cup in the sink, but it melts into pink goo after they leave. Wait, and why does Eve have to do the dishes if she has powers? She can just clean stuff instantly. This is playing into something much less touched on in the comic. Eve's powers being on the fritz. First noticed after undressing Mark last season. His clothes being all kinds of foobarred on the floor. We'll get to what it means a bit later. Moving on, we cut to the sewers under an unspecified city, where 2 sewage workers accidentally stumble upon the growing Sequid army, set up in the last moments of Season 3. At the same time, a green lady wielding a staff named Universa has dropped down from the sky, and begins to suck the power from everything around her, heading towards a different unspecified city. This is the beginning of issue 69, which in the comic is described as 2 world-ending threats happening at the same time, something rarely seen by the people of Earth. The scene of the 2 sewage workers stumbling upon the Sequids is show only. In the comics, we just see them taking over the streets of the city. Universa also doesn't start sucking the power out of things when she arrives. She instead spots a nuclear power plant and heads straight for it. We get another show-only scene of Mark apologizing to Oliver for the earlier fight, and also some drama about Paul, Debbie's co-worker and boyfriend, staying the night, something the boys assure him they're fine with, before Eve arrives and tells Mark they've got a call through Invincible Inc. that someone's attacking a nuclear power plant upstate. In the comic, this call comes through while the two are in bed after Eve spent the night, being distant because of something that hasn't happened yet in the show. The call is from Western Power, who aren't actually a client of Invincible Inc., but say they'd be willing to sign a 5-month contract if Invincible could rush over and stop whoever's attacking. And the two fly off before hearing from Debbie that the Secwoods are also attacking in Houston, Texas. We get another show-only scene of the Secwoods spewing up from the sewers before we cut back to Universa, voiced by another Walking Dead character, Denai Guerrera, the actor of Michonne, who demands the power plant start producing at maximum. Finding Eve has knocked out Universa. She surmises the power must have been in her staff, while in the comic, Mark is the one to guess this. The workers hurry to get back control of the plant, and Mark asks what's up with Eve's powers, her not even being able to make a simple cube without it melting away. Cecil teleports in to share the bad news about the Secwoods' return, and offers Mark an earpiece, claiming there aren't any tricks like last time. Mark takes the earpiece and is teleported away. Because fuck you, we get another show-only Paul scene, where he apologizes for trying to dip out before the boys found out he was there, realizing they don't actually mind being around him. He then throws out the idea of moving in together, which Debbie is first thrown off by, before realizing that a future with Paul is something she's looking forward to having. We then cut back to the Secwood fight, where Invincible is told that there aren't any more disruptors for him, so his job is to get the host to someone who does, so they can be cleared and teleported. At the same time, Robot senses large life forms in the sewer and believes they should check there for any hosts hiding underground. Britt tells him to focus on above ground for the time being, but he decides to hop out of his suit to go look anyways, while his robot form continues above ground at the same time. We're also notified that the dome's integrity has dropped to 8%. In the comic, there isn't really a setup for disobedience towards the field leader, and instead, after showing the overwhelming odds on the surface, we cut to a suitless robot entering the sewers as a tactic to outsmart the Secwoods, who thinks he's still in the suit. We also don't get any status updates to indicate anything is wrong with the wall. While in the sewers, Robot eventually finds an infected woman and zaps her away, just as she shouts that someone's behind him. Bam, he's knocked over. On the surface, they've cleared all human life but for the original host, astronaut Russ Livingston, who's now on full defense, destroying Bulletproof and Monster Girl's disruptors. In the sewers, Robot comes to, not infected, and is held down by 2 more hosts. He fights back by biting one's hand, giving him the space he needs to hit the disruptor. Robot then jumps for his gun and blasts the 2 civilians to safety before blasting himself. And with that, there are no more humans to infect in containment. In the comic, Robot instead only finds a single host being hidden in the sewers before he's jumped by a swarm of Secwoods, but not completely knocked out like in the show. He is completely swarmed, but manages to hit his disruptor before shooting himself first, then shooting the civilian, both being teleported to safety. We then get a small show-only scene of Eve having to take an Uber to her parents' house, too afraid to even fly with her powers on the fritz. Then we cut back to the Secwood fight, where Invincible squares up to Russ, asking him how he got to Earth. Russ says Mark brought him to Earth, and when Mark says that they made sure not to, Russ simply says, "Not sure enough." This is playing into the idea that Invincible needs to take more permanent solutions to his problems. At the same time, Black Samson has passed his disruptor to Bulletproof, while Invincible is pinned against the dome, whose integrity has fallen down to 4%. Invincible gets enough force behind him to break through the wall of Secwoods and grab Russ, as Bulletproof tries to rush in to get the disruptor to him. The dome integrity has dropped down to a singular percent, and not feeling like there's enough time, Mark says he's sorry before punching Russ Livingston's head clean off, ending the hive mind and preventing a global outbreak. The episode ends with the Guardians staring at him, Robot simply saying Invincible's name, before it cuts to the credits. Now in the show, they still can't commit to the idea that Invincible is doing it because he's taking a darker direction. They used the show-only concept of the dome's integrity to help push the idea that it was a split-second decision that had to be made. Otherwise, there might be an unstoppable global outbreak. In the comic, this is not at all the case. There is no rush added by a collapsing dome integrity, and instead, the limited number of disruptors is destroyed, leaving no immediate solution, but at the same time, having no real urgency anymore. Now that the last infectable humans, Monster Girl and Robot, have been teleported out, Russ goes on to rant about how he's destroyed the only weapons giving them an edge, the disruptors worn by Bulletproof, Shapesmith, and Britt, as well as Robot's destroyed left arm that also had one. Mark then says he's been holding back, waiting for the Guardians to stop him with their non-lethal tactics, but that he knows how much of a threat the Sequids are, and with those non-lethal methods gone, they've given him no choice. He knocks Russ Livingston's head off, leaving everyone shocked. The robot then asks what he's done, saying they could have found another way, and that Russ was an innocent life that didn't have to be taken. Invincible doesn't respond, and this is about the moment that issue 70 stops being adapted, not to be picked up again until episode 3 of the season. I also wanted to quickly give my thoughts on the third Sequid fight. I think it's dumb, in both the comic and in the show, because the idea that they could possibly contain this all is ridiculous. The fact they made it to Earth should have been the end of the line, but somehow they only managed to take over a portion of Houston while also being freely roaming in the sewers, and it was all successfully contained. I'm not buying it. Before we can move on to the next episode, we still have the post-credit scene, cutting away to what is allegedly the same GDA prison as season 1. How can I tell? This little guy right here. We see Conquest still inside his metal prison, with nothing but his head showing. He wakes up, notes that Invincible is an idiot for not killing him, then immediately breaks out and flies off to report back to the Viltrum Empire. All while Donald and Cecil look on, realizing how turbo-fucked they are. A lot of people were upset by how stupid this plan was by Cecil, and this disconnect comes from the fact that his TV character is much more badass than he ever was in the comic. He stood toe-to-toe with Omni-Man, single-handedly prevented a citywide terrorist attack while sacrificing his own life to do so, and always talks with this commanding tone. Compared to the comics, where the word I'd probably use to describe him is something closer to self-important. He doesn't ever square up to Omni-Man. His backstory is different, being tied up and captured when the bomb went off, Brit being the one to stop it, and there being no scene of him reforming an entire prison, just him rotting in a cell until he's asked to be the director. He comes off much less cold and calculated, and much more prone to humorous moments as well. Episode 2 adapts issues 66 and 67, revolving around Nolan and Alan after their Viltrumite prison break, all the way back in issue 55, and adapted in season 3, episode 4. 2 issues doesn't sound like a lot for a single episode, but that gap is filled by expanding a lot of Nolan sharing the true state of the Viltrumite Empire with Alan, in the comic only being 4 pages long. We start with the show only flashback to Viltrum, beginning with what first looks like an asteroid crashing down to the planet below. On the way, burning up to reveal a metal device of some sort, which splits into pieces upon landing, releasing some sort of gas into the air. We cut to Nolan, who looks somewhere around Mark's age. He's teaching a number of adolescents why they're only statues of one Viltrumite, Emperor Argal, the man who made the Viltrumites what they are, a people of rampant conquest. We learn he was killed by the Betrayer, a Viltrumite who assassinated him before fucking off. His heirs being lost in the Great Purge that followed, which we heard about back in season 1 of the show. Nolan asks a child why the Great Purge was a blessing, and after hesitating, she finally says it's because it made them stronger, and for that reason, the universe belongs to them. The kids then shout in unison, "All is ours." Nolan tells them that their lesson is done for the day, and to leave to find food and shelter if they can, returning tomorrow for combat training, telling them 2 will die, so they should probably Regent Thrag, who tells his men to kill all enslaved aliens on the planet who know about the disease, and blockade the planet to prevent knowledge of their weakness. Over time, Nolan recovers, making him one of the few Viltrumites who has. We're also told that more have been lost after recovery, because the virus leaves them in a weaker state for some time afterwards, which reduces strength and regeneration, showing us how someone as strong as Conquest lost both his arm and an eye, fighting another creature we'll talk about later. The biggest problem is, so few Viltrumites survived, that any offspring they produce would be inbred, meaning their species is basically doomed. Thrag says they will do everything to prevent this, and honors the billions who died by tossing their bodies into powers, but is nearly as strong as him. Alan asks what Nolan would have done if Mark didn't get his powers, and after stumbling, Nolan says he's not really sure what would have happened. In the comic, this explanation is still in the flashback sequence, with Nolan specifically using the word breeding camp to describe what Earth was going to become. Alan notes that he himself was born in a breeding camp. This, we learned previously, is because of the genocide his people suffered at the hands of the Viltrumites, and Alan says he wouldn't wish that on anyone. In this dialogue, Nolan is also the one to demand he be taken back to the Coalition of Planets to give them the information he has on Viltrumite weaknesses, while in the show, this conversation is being had just as they are arriving. They sneak onto the planet during the night as to not alarm anyone, arriving at Alan's apartment. He calls out to Talia, his girlfriend, and upon him entering their entire room, he's immediately jumped by her. She asks what took him so long to get back from a simple trip to Earth, and Alan explains getting caught by Viltrumites and how they'd just escaped. She's jump scared by Nolan, pulls a blaster out from under the bed, and blasts him point blank before Alan has a chance to explain that Nolan's on their side, as he apologizes for the blaster shot. A now naked Nolan says it's fine. He's used to the hostility. This scene is practically copied over from the comic, with some very slight differences. The first overarching difference is Talia being way more sexual overall, their relationship being a small point of contention in Alan's mind, since he's been indoctrinated by the breeding camps he was born in to see recreational sexual activity as wrong. In the show, Talia is much less sexualized and expresses her thoughts less aggressively. Alongside this, in the comic, Alan and Nolan actually didn't just arrive, and had spent the night on the couches outside of the room as to not wake Talia. And when she finds Alan in the morning, that's when she jumps him, telling him to can it with all the Unopan procreation rules and just bone her, before Nolan is introduced, and she shoots him, calling him conquering scum. Nolan promises he isn't there to hurt anyone, and Alan vouches for him. Later, Nolan's been given an outfit to borrow, and the three head to the Coalition HQ to meet with Thetis, crossing paths with the Data Twins on their way in. Data Twin 1 expresses joy to see Alan is alive, while Twin 2, at most, seems surprised. In the comic, we don't actually see these two sets of people interact with the Data Twins already, and the two cancel plans later that night to focus on going through it all. Data Twin 2 also mentions that ever since Alan's transformation after surviving a Viltrumite ambush, he's found Alan terrifying. Data Twin 1 expresses how Alan's on their side, so there isn't anything to fear, ending with a distressed look from Data Twin 2, which in the show is the face we end the scene with. Upon telling Thetis the true number of Viltrumites remaining, he's left silent, Talia pointing out that he's dedicated his whole life to stopping them, but they're still his people. Thetis says they haven't been his people for a long time, and sensing Nolan's skepticism about his Viltrumite heritage, says he could perform the two-lock pull, but he's already done it for Alan, and would prefer not to repeat the process. The two-lock pull is a Viltrumite custom of ripping one's beard off in a single pull to prove you're an undercover Viltrumite, since the customary facial hair is a mustache and no beard. Alan backs him up, saying that Thetis ripped that shit clean off for him back in Season 2, Episode 5. In the comic, Nolan is the one to suggest the two-lock pull, not believing Thetis is a Viltrumite, and explaining to the reader that it's how a Viltrumite proves they're undercover. Thetis says he'll do it if he really needs to, but it's not that pleasant and he'd prefer not to, before Alan vouches for him. Nolan asks why he's never heard of Thetis before, to which Thetis says he has, but the Viltrumites call him the Betrayer. He was the first to ever reject Argal and his rule of strength, risking everything to try and stop him, but insinuates that now there's two betrayers. Nolan rejects this assertion, explaining that he's only providing the weaknesses because of the friendship he has with Alan, and wants his sons left out of the fight as well. This is completely different from the comic, where upon learning that Thetis is a Viltrumite, Nolan expresses a fear that he had of being the only one to ever turn against them, and Thetis explains that's because his betrayal had been hidden, and all records of him removed, the exact opposite of what the show is going for, the Betrayer being taught to Viltrumites since youth. And again, there is no conflict with Nolan joining the coalitions and the war against the Viltrumites in the comic. He's down to clown from the jump. The subject moves to a list of Viltrumite weaknesses, and the three are tasked with going and collecting them. It should also be noted, Talia is not here during any of these scenes. In the comic, she's practically a nothing character who only stays at home to fuck Alan. They decide to take the most busted up piece of shit in the entire coalition for their mission, as to not raise suspicion, a vessel known as the Venture. The Venture and its crew are a spoof of Star Trek The Next Generation. Captain Pikel is a spoof of Captain Picard, and the other spoofs include Warg, Download, and Tuva. In the comic, the two don't actually start their journey by taking the ship, though it is first seen much earlier, back in issue 9. The issue starts with Alan rushing to Earth to tell Invincible that the planet is marked for Viltrumite invasion. But on the way, he stumbles upon the ship about to be vaporized by a star they're stuck near. He saves the ship and continues rushing to Earth. Captain Pikel can also be seen again in the background of Alan's backstory in issue 23, but doesn't show up again until partway through this endeavor, spanning issues 66 and 67. Their first stop will be to collect the Infinity Ray, the weapon of Space Racer, a foe Nolan defeated long before making his way to Earth. In the comic, this one is apparently not too far from Telescria, so Nolan sees it as a warm-up, and the two fly over there themselves. In the show, since the journey is going to be a long one, the captain tells them to settle into their quarters and get comfy. Nolan has to sleep on the couch, but says it's fine because he's slept in far worse places than this. And then we cut to him desperately clutching pillows in his ears to try to drown out the endless sex Alan and Talia are having in the next room. This is a bit pulled straight from the comic, but the context has been changed from Nolan having to sleep in Alan's apartment for a few weeks to the ship's quarters. It's a joke that happens twice in the comic and will happen a few more times in the episode. The ship arrives at an asteroid field, and after more incompetence by the captain leads to further ship damage, Nolan and Alan decide to fly in alone while they hold back. Using a coded message Nolan wrote in one of his books, which are the numbers of words and paragraphs of a specific chapter, they find the asteroid housing the Infinity Ray. In the comic, there's a bit more math Nolan does, needing to calculate the drift of the asteroid field, named the Nebuloid Belt, over the 100 years it's been since he defeated the Space Racer. But the method of coding is the same, being the words and paragraphs in his book housing the coordinates. In both the show and the comic, Nolan explains he didn't actually defeat the Space Racer, whose gun was bonded to him, flying back whenever anyone that wasn't him touched it. Instead, he buried the Space Racer alive, leaving him to die under the rubble, while leaving his gun exactly where it was dropped, to avoid it flying back to the Space Racer and giving him a chance to escape. The show expands on this a tad bit, noting that he specifically didn't kill the Space Racer when fighting him, due to concerns that his death would cause the weapon to self-destruct, and that he assumed the bond to it would break after his natural death. When Nolan goes to touch the gun, however, it flies back into the rubble, and he guesses that it's still bonded to the Space Racer's corpse. They begin to dig his body out, only to find him perfectly alive and healthy, absolutely pissed to see Nolan. He fires the Infinity Ray at Nolan, but Alan pushes him out of the way in time to prevent a hit, the beam heading off into space for the rest of time. They try and subdue Space Racer before he can fire again, but he gets another shot off, missing Alan and Nolan, and destroying the asteroid. While Alan is trying not to get crushed, Space Racer fires again, missing due to Nolan's intervention. Space Racer then yells, "To me," which causes his space motorcycle to zoom in and knock Nolan away. In the comic, this fight is a lot shorter, with Space Racer only managing to fire a single shot, while Nolan is trying to subdue him, barely missing Alan. That first and final shot causes the asteroid to break up, and after flying away from the debris, Space Racer calls his motorcycle to him and holds Nolan at gunpoint. Nolan tells him not to shoot, and the Space Racer asks what Nolan could possibly say that he'd want to hear. In the show, Alan is the one who tells Space Racer to wait, and after being asked the same question, Nolan says they didn't come to fight, with Alan saying that they thought he was already dead. The Space Racer says that means they must have come for his weapon, but Alan explains that was the plan, but now that they know he's alive, they instead want his help to stop the Viltrumites, explaining how Nolan's turned on them and is working to redeem himself of his crimes. Nolan even works up an apology to Space Racer for leaving him buried alone in darkness for 100 years, and this apology is enough to show Space Racer that there's something different about Nolan now. He asks if there's food on their ship, and Alan says there is, but he also has some Kazlok on him.
I was buried for 100 years, not 1,000.
This is one of the funniest lines in the entire show to me, bro. Oh my god. In the comic, while just leaving Telescria in issue 66, Alan offers some Kazlok to Nolan, who passes on it. Then after their fight, Space Racer asks if they have any food. There is no spaceship with food nearby, and when offered Kazlok, he too declines, instead being willing to follow them all the way back to the Coalition of Planets instead. In the show, Nolan also passes on it after some is offered to Space Racer. The next scene shows the Space Racer riding off towards the Coalition. Not yet convinced to join, but Talia believes Thetis can persuade him. Nolan is certain Space Racer will join them, believing his nature as a crusader from back in the day, added to his hatred of Viltrumites Nolan himself caused, would be enough. In the comic, they all head back to Telescria, and while Space Racer is getting a physical checkup, Thetis explains he's cautious but willing to join them. With their first mission completed, they need 2 days of downtime before a crew will be ready to assist with the next mission, and Alan says Nolan can crash at his place until then. This is when the first sex joke happens, though there's actual dialogue of Alan asking Nolan if they're keeping him up. He lies and says no, and the two eventually start going at it again. Their next stop is to collect a large species of bug called Sinlac beetles. Nolan explains their shells produce a compound that makes Viltrumites vulnerable to physical injury. His mission was to exterminate them, which appears to have failed. In the comic, this isn't their second mission out. In order, it's their third, and only shown in a single panel alongside 5 other missions. There's also a difference in what makes this compound. Instead of it being the beetles themselves, it was a plant called Claxus, which is poisonous to Viltrumites. Nolan says it's impossible to stop this plant from growing, needing almost no light or water, so they instead invested the planet with Sinlac beetles to eat the plant faster than it can grow, with the beetles themselves almost being impossible to exterminate. The plan is still, however, to extract the poison from the beetles themselves, so the show has simplified this into the bugs just always being poison, and the plan is to make darts out of it. We then cut to another scene of Nolan trying to drown out Alan and Talia's moaning, before cutting to a desert planet covered in skeletons. Nolan explains that these unnamed majestic creatures were both intelligent and deadly, and that the Viltrumites killed them by moving the planet closer to their sun, evaporating all the water. In the comic, we get no specifics like that, only a single panel of Nolan saying he did his job too well, seeing the skeletons laying in the sand. I do not believe these creatures have a name. If I'm wrong though, let me know in the comments. The two fly off and we get another Nolan trying to sleep gag, before cutting to him and Alan being held at gunpoint by two tech-suited individuals. These are Geldarians, a race of physically weak aliens who make up for it with a Blue Beetle-esque armor they bond to at birth. They too are part of the coalition of planets, but are obviously not aware of the secret mission involving a Viltrumite collecting weaknesses. Nolan explains that the Viltrumites didn't directly try to attack Geldaria because they were too strong for their reduced numbers, instead hiring the Kresh to do it, something we're actually shown in issue 11 of the comic. After Nolan apologizes to them, they say they can't spare any of their recovering forces from the homeworld, but that there is a Geldarian warrior on Earth they could contact, Tech Jacket. Tech Jacket is another Image Comics character who actually released months before the first issue of Invincible came out. Zach Thompson was a normal boy that stumbled upon a dying Geldarian, whose ship was set to self-destruct after crashing on Earth. Not wanting his last act to cause the death of an innocent bystander, he passed his suit on to Zach to save him, permanently bonding him to the suit. Because humans are biologically much stronger, the suit makes him exponentially stronger than any of the Geldarians. The Kresh is a race of aliens who can't exist outside of their suits, because of the gravity and makeup of their homeworld. If their suit is breached, they basically die by turning into a gas. Zach, who takes the moniker of the suit he wears, Tech Jacket, defeats the entire Kresh army, ending a centuries-long war in like a single day. In the show, we first see Tech Jacket during the Invincible War, though Tech Jacket only kills a single Invincible, Viltrumite Mark, while in the comic, he kills two, shown in the 2014 spin-off series, Tech Jacket Digital. In the comic, instead of running into two Geldarians off in space above the planet, Nolan and Alan meet with their leader, as well as the girl that Tech Jacket is dating. Sorta dating? I don't know. Since Tech Jacket is on Earth, they decide to handle the other weaknesses that are closer, and after another sex joke, we cut to Nolan and Alan approaching the Leonine, a race of lion-like creatures in hopes of finding Battle Beast, who helped them escape from prison, and who is bloodthirsty for Viltrumite combat. They simply say they'll find him wherever blood and fire are, and that's enough information for them. In the comic, this is another singular panel, the leader of the planet telling them of Battle Beast's addiction to conflict, having left the planet long ago in search of a worthy foe. Their leader hasn't even met Battle Beast, but says he hopes one day their champion will return. And another sex joke. Okay guys, it's kinda getting old. The writers agree because Nolan leaves the room, unable to stand it anymore, only to discover there are a ton of other perfectly suitable sleeping quarters on the ship. He confronts the captain, pissed that he'd had to listen to Alan and Talia fucking for a week straight, to which Captain Piquel explains he thought they were in some sort of three-way relationship for some reason. He spares the captain and goes to find a new room. In the comic, during one of these scenes, we're instead told that Nolan is eventually going to be moving out in like a week, having been too busy with missions to find his own place. Next, we move to the collecting of Ragnars, since that Conquest was on a different excursion when he got foobarred by them, after recovering from the Scourge virus. Nolan explains their solution to the Ragnar was to put a solar disk in front of their planet, cutting off the heat supply to the entire solar system, and freezing the planet over, while also killing two other sprouting civilizations on different planets in the process. The two other civilizations is a show-only addition to hammer in how shitty the Viltrumites are. In the comic, this is also the second mission they go on, and the one that requires Captain Piquel's ship, the plan being to bring back frozen Ragnars to use as weapons somehow. Once on the planet, they make note of the insane gravity, Nolan explaining that's how the Ragnar are so strong. He radios to Talia that they'll need to move the solar disk to thaw the ice enough to actually find some frozen Ragnar. And when she tells the captain, he stops her mid-sentence, says he owes Nolan for the earlier bedroom mishap, and orders download to fire proton missiles at the disk, destroying it. Nolan yells back that he told them to move the disk, not remove it, and after learning it was completely destroyed, he says they need to move quick or they're toast. They find a Ragnar and try to get it back up to the ship before it thaws, but mid-transport, it breaks out and begins attacking Nolan, slamming him back to the ground. More are seen beginning to thaw, as Alan is attacked by one. Nolan tries to body slam it off of him, but it barely does anything. Alan thinks he has it handled, but Nolan says it's just because they're barely unfrozen. Once they're fully thawed and warmed, neither of them would stand a chance, so they need to leave now. They try and fly off, the strong gravity making them slower, and both are tackled by Ragnar at a chance to choose a different path, to see their entire species almost killed by the Scourge virus, and realize how others must have felt when the Viltrumites arrived to conquer other worlds. But the Viltrumites didn't choose to recognize this, and instead doubled down. He also hugs Nolan, who is still not on board with joining the war. The team returns to Telescria to update Thetis, Talia explaining that scientists are extracting and amplifying the beetle shell poison, while team has been sent back to make a new solar disk, with plans to return and collect the Ragnar later. Tech Jacket is also brought up, and Battle Beast is being looked for at any known conflict zone in the Coalition's reach. Thetis also informs them that the Space Racer is eager to join their cause, and Alan and Talia are sent home, while Nolan and Thetis talk privately. Thetis asks Nolan if he thinks all this is enough to stop the Empire, to which Nolan says he doesn't actually think so. He believes the conquered races within the Empire will fight for them out of fear. Thetis explains this is why they need Nolan and Mark, to turn the tides in their favor, and give Mark a chance to save his world, since the Viltrumites will be coming for it sooner or later. Nolan says he can't go back to Earth after what he's done, but Thetis believes that they all must face judgment for their past if the future is to be any different, and that he will lead by example, letting Nolan judge him for his sins. Thetis then reveals to Nolan that he is the creator of the Scourge virus, making him the man who caused the near extinction of their species. Not only that, but he's made a stronger version of the virus, one that no Viltrumite is likely to survive and place to stay, no longer having to deal with Alan and Talia's sex drive, before Nolan is the one to bring up his concerns that their efforts won't be enough. Thetis shares this concern and tells Nolan that he wasn't completely unaware of the genocide that took place on Viltrum, because he was the one who created the Scourge virus using his DNA. Thetis then reveals the improved virus to Nolan, explaining that while it could mean suicide for the two of them, it's their last resort if their cause looks lost. Since Nolan is already on board from the jump in the comic, there's none of the conflict we see throughout the episode with Nolan joining or Mark getting involved, and the issue just ends with Thetis explaining he won't hesitate to do what's necessary to win. We now reach the post-credits scene, where Conquest arrives to report his failure to Grand Regent Thrag. He's forced to his knees and says his arrogance led to his defeat by the hands of Invincible and his witch, which is Eve. Conquest then asks to be killed painfully so others can learn from his death. His masochistic request is denied, however, Thrag saying he won't reward failure, and that Conquest still has work to do. And now is when we're finally shown Thrag for the first time in the show. This scene is pulled from the middle of Invincible Returns. Conquest hasn't yet gotten another robotic arm, and also begs for his life instead of begging to be killed. There's also exposition that explains what's about to happen in the next issue, while the show keeps it vague to give us suspense. With that, we've ended the adaptation of issue 67, meaning in 2 episodes we've covered a grand total of 5 issues. Moving on to episode 3, we get probably the most filler to date, only adapting a grand total of After the Invincible War last season, Cecil scooped up all the corpses and began having Sinclair try and get them up and running, getting nowhere close by the time Conquest showed up. And this scene is supposed to show he feels bad about what he's done, originally starting his research by kidnapping college kids and mutilating them. Now he's been given a second chance to make up for his sins, his technology being used on dead soldiers to help save lives. They also fuck up how a welding mask works here. On any half-decent mask, your eyes are visible until you start welding. Then it darkens. We cut to what's technically an adapted scene that finishes up issue 70, starting with a show-only conversation where Robot argues that what Invincible did in the Sequid fight was wrong. Bulletproof doesn't agree, and Monster Girl says that they should be happy that the Sequids are gone and hit the showers. Brett also chastised Robot for not following orders, telling him he'll never go in the field again if he disobeys another order. Robot then goes off to take a shower before coughing up a whole-ass Sequid, the same way we saw Russ do back in Season 2, Episode 6, and the same way the invasion on Earth managed to happen. Robot tries to call for help, but his throat is shot from spitting the thing up, and before it grabs onto him, Monster Girl crushes it. She asks where it came from, and he explains, saying he never even felt it inside of him. Robot says it was luck that kept another outbreak from happening, and that they shouldn't be relying on luck, listing the Sequids, Angstrom, Doc Seismic, always returning stronger than before. And one of these days, luck won't be enough. The two start to realize that Mark is probably right about more permanent solutions, and this idea will come up later in the episode. Like I said, this adapts a page out of issue 70. After the Sequid fight, Robot and Monster Girl discuss Mark murdering Russ. Before Monster Girl tells Robot he smells like shit from the sewer and to go take a shower. In the shower, he spits up not one, but 2 Sequids, kills them both, and lightheartedly proclaims that at long last the Sequid threat is finally over. In the show, they made it much more dramatic, and his reaction is way more serious than in the comic, bringing it back around with the idea that maybe Mark is right about permanent solutions. We now cut to Mark, post-Sequid fight, quite shaken up by what he's done. Mark tries to contact Eve, but she's not responding, and we're shown her in a field attempting to use her powers in different ways, none of which work for very long before turning into goo. Mark leaves Eve a voicemail before getting a knock on the door from Donald, who tells him Cecil would like a word. Then we get another little scene of Paul coming to Debbie with a place he thinks would be nice for them to move in together if they both sold their houses. She's hesitant, and that's it. We then move to a scene in some park, Titan out with his wife and daughter, the entire place crawling with security. Suddenly, they all start getting decapitated by sheets of metal, and after they're all down, Titan is directly attacked. We see the one responsible, and get the TV debut of a character I feared we'd never see, Magnetak, who says Mr. Liu sends his regards. Magnetak was originally seen in Invincible issue 19, as part of Machine Head's roster of villains brought in to defend him. His design is extremely dated. My guess is they were going for some sort of early Iron Man vibes, while his powers of controlling metal are obviously inspired by Magneto. In the show, he looks way more like Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He doesn't show up in the main Invincible comic but for a single fight, but does make a handful of appearances in spin-offs like Invincible Universe and Guarding the Globe. This fight isn't the worst thing in the world, mostly consisting of separated running shots, while Magnetak launches parts of his suit at Titan. There are a few fun moments, like when the fight starts, Titan is initially focused on dodging. That's until Magnetak uses his evasive maneuvers to instead try and target his wife and daughter. They're luckily not hit, and from that moment on, Titan begins tanking the hits more instead of trying to dodge all of them. Magnetak also tries to yeet most of his suit at Titan, which doesn't work, and while attempting to pull some plates back, Titan purposely gets hit by one of them to launch himself at Magnetak. While beating the shit out of him on the ground, Magnetak tries to finish off Titan's wife and daughter, and I was really worried they were actually gonna do it, but Isotope steps in and saves them at the last second, now leaving only Titan and Magnetak, the worst matchup of all time. Titan just goes to town until Magnetak is dead, and the scene ends, with this missing comic book villain's first appearance turning into his last. We cut to another show-only scene of Debbie getting home and looking at the house a bit, telling Oliver he's grown up so much, and that they've been through a lot in such a small amount of time. Oliver mentions that Mark has been sad the majority of the time nowadays, and misses how he used to be. Debbie says that you can't fight change and you just have to support the ones you love while they deal with it. The closest this adapts is a page in issue 70 where Oliver is having a conversation with his tutor April, who's basically the only human Oliver cares about outside the family in the comics. They discuss his growth rate, and then Mark gets home and goes up to his room to sulk. April isn't the most prominent in the comics, being introduced in issue 35 and having 7 appearances throughout, with this page of issue 70 being the last time we see her. In the show, we haven't seen her but for a split second, near the end of season 3, watching the Invincible War from inside a GDA site of some sort. We then cut to the Pentagon, where Mark is getting a talking to by Cecil. He says he would have done the same thing if put in Mark's position against Russ Livingston, believing that as an astronaut, Russ knew the risks of the career he was getting into. Mark asks why he's there if that's what Cecil thinks, and Cecil says that actually killing Russ is not like Mark at all, and that when it comes to making those kinds of hard decisions, for people like the Guardians, he takes that burden upon himself so they can sleep at night, saying he gave up sleep years ago. See the goo explanation from earlier. Cecil wants Mark to give the burden of making the decision to kill to him, or at least come to him if he's ever in a situation like that again. But Mark says he's not a kid anymore and doesn't need Cecil to handle him. But Cecil rebuts by saying if he didn't try to handle the strongest person on the planet, he'd not be doing his job. This is a conversation that doesn't take place in the main comic line, but instead in the catch-up issue Invincible Returns, taking place between issues 70 and 71. Cecil explains that he's afraid of what Mark is capable of, and his willingness to fight whenever he believes he's in the right. He then asks what would happen if Mark ever decided he was the only one fit to rule the planet. Mark tries to rebut this point by arguing it's a leap in logic compared to where he's currently at. That being, some enemies are a big enough threat that it justifies killing. Sinclair's team is told that Invincible is here and that they need to cover up the zombie versions of him and take a lunch to stay out of his path. Sinclair instead decides that he feels so bad about what he did in the past that he barges into Cecil's office while he's talking to Paige. We're shown in the next scene that this is where it ties back into Titan and Liu's story. The fight between Liu and Titan happens in Returns, but it's much different than how the show will adapt it. Titan has called for Invincible's help in putting Liu in his place, especially after he's been found in an abandoned apartment complex by Isotope. Isotope also suggests they just go back into the Order so they have nothing to worry about, an idea he quickly withdraws the moment it pisses off Titan. When Oliver arrives, Titan says there's no deal without Invincible, but Oliver says he can do whatever Invincible can, and an agreement is reached to protect his family. In the comic, the idea of Oliver working for Invincible comes up in issue 68, just before we get to see his new costume. The first time we see him working for Invincible Inc. is during the world-ending catastrophe that's about to happen. While Invincible went to handle that, Oliver dealt with the Lizard League and a shopping mall. We then cut to another show-only scene of Robot trying to figure out what's wrong with Eve's powers, saying all of his scans show she's fine, before the two are distracted by a beeping sound. They realize it's the device Robot made back in Season 1 to detect Flaxen attacks, and so begins the fourth Flaxen invasion. This time, instead of just killing everyone, they're also taking prisoners, attaching collars around their necks that link them into a chain gang. On the way there, we're given a recap of the previous attacks and the current situation, including that without devices of some sort, the Flaxens age rapidly while they're in our dimension. Their dimension's time moving differently than Earth's. By the second time they invaded, they had wristbands to protect them from Earth's time stream, and by the third time, they had somehow developed an immunity to this through some unknown means, but were stopped by the overwhelming strength of Omni-Man, who then went to their dimension and blew up their civilization, telling them Earth wasn't theirs to conquer. Well, now they're back, and they'd already been immune to the time stream, so it's probably not looking good. Though to be honest, the real thing that's not looking good is the scale of this fight. What in the fuck is this? In the best shot we get of the entire battlefield, there's a fraction of the enemies we saw in Season 1. The budget definitely didn't go here, that's for sure. And get this fight is actually canon to the comics, and pretty important, being the third invasion and setting up for event, and is unable to locate the signal that keeps the Flaxens from aging. So he assumes it's somewhere through the portal, asking Monster Girl if she trusts him before they both make a beeline for it. Upon reaching the other side, they discover the source of the signal, a giant speaker-looking thing, and while Monster Girl frees civilians, Robot blows the signal emitters up. This causes the army to begin aging rapidly, ending the fight, and as they all rush to the portal, Robot peers over to find more tanks and soldiers ready to fight, and a pretty rebuilt civilization in the background. This leads him to decide they need to find a more permanent solution to the Flaxens, and he tells everyone they should try to defeat them in their own dimension. Cecil is against this idea, but everyone else is on board and begins rushing the portal. The only reason they don't make it to join Monster Girl and Robot is because of a lone Flaxen who sacrifices himself to destroy the portal, cutting him in half and leaving Monster Girl and Robot trapped in their dimension. In the comic, this fight plays out differently in issue 71. For one, there is no question that the overwhelming numbers are a problem, but they still aren't putting a dent in any of the heroes fighting them. Monster Girl, Bulletproof, Brit, Invincible, even Robot isn't phased. It's about the numbers and trying to figure out how they're immune to the time stream to stop it. They figure out it's the tank emitting the signal. After they begin retreating, Robot says they need to stop them at the source, but no one else is chomping at the bit to run in with him but Monster Girl. The portal closes and that's the end of it. In both the show and the comic, no traces are left behind to figure out how to make a portal to their dimension, and contact with Robot and Monster Girl is cut. Mark has been informed on Oliver's status, and we see he's looking pretty bad off. In the comic, he talks to Eve mid-fight, saying he can't make it to a Lizard League attack on a mall, and Oliver is sent in with no trouble. While in the show, Oliver is about tapped out, hiding from the dragon, while Titan has his hands full with the bodyguard. Just as the dragon finds Oliver, Mark arrives to save him, asking why he stayed instead of running. Oliver explaining that he didn't want to do a bad job while representing even Mark. The two team up to take down the dragon, and now being overwhelmed by a much stronger and prepared Invincible, Liu and his bodyguard retreat. They begin to give chase before Titan yells she's come back positive on a pregnancy test. The show really dragged this one out much further, with the comic only having Mark's clothes being messed up, indicating that her powers were on the fritz before we learn she's pregnant. We don't even see the Universa fight yet. That happens in the issue later. In the show, they make it more of a what's wrong with Eve thing before the reveal. And now we move on to the lowest rated episode of Invincible to date, and the one with the least adapted content, with not a single issue of the main Invincible comic adapted. In fact, the only thing brought from the main line for this show-only conflict is a single character, who appeared once, much later down the line, and was forgotten about for lack of time, though there are side scenes being pulled from Invincible returns. We start with Mark coming to Art, where they discuss him almost killing Titan last episode, explaining how he felt so ready to do it, barely even thinking Nolan, believing him to be a good man, and that the acts he committed aren't the full picture of who he really is. While in the show, Art is nowhere near on board with Nolan. The scene ends with Mark receiving the third iteration of his suit, but in the show, we need to drag that shit out, sticking an entire non-existent story between the two pages. And now we get to the random hell story featuring Satan and Glove Shido, otherwise known as Volcanica, who's fighting against demons with the same creatures Doc Seismic was controlling back in Season 3, Magma Knights, in a location we can guess is hell because Damien Darkblood, Demon Detective, is here. We last saw him in Season 1 of the show, investigating Omni-Man's murder of the Guardians. When he got too close to the truth, Cecil exorcised him back to hell, to prevent Damien from revealing to the world what he was already aware of, before he could figure out why no one killed the Guardians. Damien says they should have waited and tried another conjuring spell, while his sister calls him a coward. They then begin fighting the Magma Knights, as Volcanica monologues about how futile their efforts are, and that the Infernal Throne is rightfully hers. We get a bunch of budget-saving silhouette shots, as everyone is overwhelmed. They then get the upper hand, only for it to be lost moments later, as Damien is grabbed and his armor is burned through by Volcanica's claws. He's saved by his sister, and the two prepare to fight again. In mid-monologue, they start tearing into Volcanica. She starts mustering up the strength to tear some of the demons apart, ending with Damien's sister, who we learn is named Domina, being taken out by a lava fist to the mouth. It's extremely gross looking, not a fan. She leaves Damien alive to tell Satan he's lost and that she's taking over. Damien picks up his still alive sister's head and says sorry, before cutting to him dragging a bag of their guts away, drawing a circle to someone who we now know is Satan. He instead steps out of the shadows, saying he doesn't need to be summoned. He could hear the fighting and knows that Darkblood was defeated. Satan explains their situation grows more dire, and Damien's plans have only led to failure. Damien opens the bag of gore left from the fight, his sister's still alive head falling out. Satan prepares to restore them to fight again, but Damien stops him, saying that they'll just fail again, and instead he wants to try a summoning ritual one last time, to bring someone from Earth to help. This someone is Omni-Man, and Damien has been using blood he obtained from Nolan's fight with the Guardians to try and summon him to help defeat Volcanica. He instead decides to widen the parameters of the spell on this last attempt, and is able to pull down Invincible, who happened to be mid-mission inside Cahor's tomb. A long-running joke in the TV show, beginning in Season 1, Cahor tried to possess a man to leave his tomb, and is accidentally stopped by Invincible while he's flying overhead, causing a sandstorm that seals him inside. Then in Season 2, the daughter of the man possessed brings her superpowered girlfriend to help get in the tomb, where they find her father dead of malnutrition, and Cahor, unable to leave his tomb without a host, refuses to use either of the two females, and is left stuck there with them. He shows up again during the Invincible War in Season 3, attempting to possess an alternate Mark, but he's not fast enough and the Mark gets away, causing him to scurry back while the girls escape. It appears this woman tried to access the tomb once again, and that Invincible was mid-fight with Cahor before being summoned to Hell, leaving the superpowered woman, known as Riley, alone in the tomb. Cahor decides to stoop down to possessing a female, and after 4 seasons, he's finally free, though he's left to walk to wherever he's going, since Invincible flew Riley there, and another open thread is left for later. Like I said, this is a show-only gag, and nothing like it exists in the comic. Some people compare this to a comic character called Onipitus, but I disagree. Onipitus was actually getting somewhere the 2 times he popped up, while Cahor's entire bit is not being able to leave his tomb, while accidentally being foiled in his efforts to do so. Anyways, back to Hell. Invincible has been summoned, because while Nolan is on Earth, he shares his blood, so the widened parameters grabbed him instead. Mark recognizes Damien Darkblood and asks where they are. Damien explains they're in the underworld, which humans call Hell, and that the imp in front of him is Satan. Mark immediately assumes he's supposed to fight Satan, only to be stopped before a blow is thrown. Damien then spends, I shit you not, 5 entire minutes explaining the lore of Hell to Mark while they sit on a ledge overlooking lava pits. This is all lore I can summarize in a couple sentences. Hell is real, but in reality it's just inside the earth, and demons are actually protecting the planet from the return of the Vile. Creatures we can guess are similar to titans in Greek mythology, big monsters that want to eat everybody. They showed up in the 4th age of existence, while humans sprouted up during the 6th age, and the Vile are kept imprisoned in the underworld by demons torturing them forever after banishing them there during the 5th age. Volcanica hates humans and has been waging war against demons, preventing them from torturing the Vile, in hopes of freeing them to destroy the surface. Mark mopes a bit because he's still upset about the whole killing Russ thing, but eventually decides to help, saying he won't do any killing. Satan says his men will handle the fighting. All Mark needs to do is help him get back to his former glory. To do this, Mark and Damien need to find Satan's molten crown that has been tossed into a bottomless pit. This is why they need Mark, because no one in Hell is capable of retrieving the crown from said pit. Damien also explains he was expecting Omni-Man, and that he believed he could convince him to help out of self-interest. He can't conquer the planet if it's Damien freaks out, the crown is caught by Satan. Damien then explains that it's very fragile, which is stupid, because it got tossed down a bottomless fucking pit. What do you mean it's fragile? Satan puts the crown on while monologuing, transforming into his strengthened form, while metal music begins playing. And then we get another talking scene on the ledge. Mark's still big sad about having to do small bad to stop big bad. Damien says sometimes you gotta do small bad to protect from big bad, like demons torturing the Vile to protect the surface. He then asks for Mark's help defeating Volcanica, and Mark agrees. The Darkblood clan is restored, all but his sister, who bestows the family axe to Damien, saying their father always wanted him to have it. Then all-out demon combat begins. Satan and the Darkbloods fight against Volcanica and her Magnanites. Damien tells Mark to get Satan to Volcanica because her fall will cause the rest to follow. He tries flying Satan in, then begins taking down the Magmanites to give the Darkbloods the room they need to help. All while heavy metal music plays, by the way. Their efforts appear to work until Volcanica encases 2 planned but cut from the comic. This confusion comes from a Robert Kirkman quote explaining that he wanted to do a hero goes to hell story, something a lot of comic book characters get in some form or another. But this was not the same story he originally planned to tell. How do I know this? Because A, Damien was never banished in the comics. It was a joke character who didn't discover Omni-Man was the killer till long after everyone already knew Nolan had left the planet. B, Volcanica is an actual character in the comic. She doesn't appear until issue 106 and is completely written out, never to be seen again after issue 107. Volcanica is the self-proclaimed ruler of Underworld, placed deep in the Earth's crust, where another villain, Doc Seismic, was conjuring beasts from, using his earthquake gloves. He used them in issue 36 and again in issue 48, successfully capturing most heroes by doing so, something we also saw adapted in season 3. Well, sometime after this, he's captured by Volcanica, who's impressed by his ability to communicate with the creatures of the underworld, and rewards his efforts by melting his fucking skin off and turning him into whatever this guy is. Volcanica and Doc Seismic then try and take over the surface, using more underworld creatures. They're defeated though, and the issue ends with them vowing to return. And then they never return. There are no other appearances of Volcanica, not in the main comic, not in any of the spin-offs, nothing. She was cut out, probably due to more important stories, but definitely had nothing to do with Hell, instead being tied into Doc Seismic's crusty adventures with the underworld magma creatures. Honestly, I thought this episode was pretty lazy, and it was obviously an excuse for Kirkman to work with Bruce Campbell, of Evil Dead fame, who voiced Satan. We move to a scene of Eve telling William, Mark's gay best friend, that she's pregnant. Before we get into it, first, the fuck is that photorealistic brick wall? Second, William's voice actor has been swapped out, from Andrew Rannells to Brandon Scott Jones. I actually just did a video on Fiona and Cake Season 2, go watch it, it's great, and his role as Gary was also recast. From the research I've done, no one is 100% certain why he's been recast, but the dude's a major theater kid and has like 10 different Broadway related things going on right now, so that's probably probably why. So in this scene, Eve tells William she isn't ready to have a kid, and that this was unplanned, happening even after her and Mark had been using protection. She says she wants kids eventually, but isn't ready for one right now. This conversation also occurs in the Returns catch-up issue, though Eve actually explains further that she doesn't know if Mark would make a good father, him having to be a hero and all. She knows he couldn't just stop doing that, so he'd be unreliable as a parent. This explanation is kind of stupid though, considering that Omni-Man was a perfect parent while also defending the entire planet, until he did that thing. And now we return to Mark grabbing his costume, switching back to his old design and colors, and flying around and stuff. Like I said earlier, this is pulled from the catch-up issue, though in that, he actually switches to a different costume than his original. This one has full gloves and no knee pads, things art removed when making the black and blue design. In the show, his fingies have always been out, but we also don't ever see this version of the costume, instead moving straight back to his original design, which in the comic will happen in issue 79. We get another show-only scene where Debbie tells the boys she plans to sell the house and move into a place with Paul, where they're both welcome to live as long as they'd like. Mark is not super on board about this, but accepts it, especially if it makes his mother happy. He goes up to the roof and tells Eve about hell and how he's not really okay after everything that's happened to him, but that he'll get there. In Returns, this conversation is about Mark's return to form and the little changes Art made to the suit, as well as his return to not killing, deciding it's the easy way out when dealing with enemies. This was the point of Mark being in the blue and black suit, representing a darker tone for his character, and his return to yellow and blue was supposed to represent a shift back to how he used to be. In both the show and the comic, Eve is about to tell Mark she's pregnant, but they're interrupted by Nolan and Alan arriving, telling Mark he needs to come with them to help fight in the war. In the comic, however, Eve is the one that spots them, while in the show it's Mark. A post-credits scene then shows Damien back on the surface, getting messages from Satan to find out what humans did that pissed off Volcanica, who's been asleep for millennia before this. It's possible that maybe that'll have something to do with Doc Seismic later. And with that, we've reached the end of this video, covering the first 4 episodes of the season. This video should be released before the finale of Season 4, and after that's out, you'll be able to find the second part on the channel shortly. But until then, go check out my other videos breaking down movies and TV shows, or you can find me streaming on Twitch every night around 7:30 MST. If you enjoyed, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and have a good day. Invincible Season 4 has finished airing, and we've finally seen the conclusion of the Viltrumite War arc. That means we can finally cover the real meat and potatoes of the season, including
Bye.